Welcome to our usual hovers. I'm Meek and Nomicon, and today I'm playing for the game Beacon Pines, where something strange is happening at the old abandoned warehouse, and now it's up to us and our friends to try and uncover the truth.
Dear reader, allow me to introduce you to my book. Though it might at first appear like many books you've come across, it is far from ordinary. You may, therefore, have some misunderstandings about its nature. The story that awaits you has not been fully told. In fact, its conclusion is not yet known, even to myself. It is in that way that my book is special. It is in that way that you are special. Without you, there is no story. Chapter 1. Normal isn't what it used to be. This is a story about change. Nestled in a shallow valley is the town of Beacon Pines. Far from the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, a young boy walks alone at dawn. His name is Luca Van Horn, and like you, dear reader, he's here for a reason.
Oh, we're visiting a grave. Hey, Dad. How are things going? Today is the first day of summer vacation. I start middle school next year, I guess. I was 6 years old when you died, and it's been 6 years now. From here on out, you'll have been gone longer than you were here. It feels like that should mean something. Mom always said that this tree was your favorite spot in the world. It's a rather awesome tree. Me too. Hey, Luca! I knew I'd find you here.
Rollo was Luca's closest friend. He possessed many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them.
Yeah, that makes sense. He was far too exuberant for this kind of situation. Well, after I banged on your door till your gran answered, and after I checked the pond, and climbed up to the treehouse, then I knew I'd find you here.
Rollo finally noticed the tears welling in his friend's eyes, and the flowers on the grave.
He forgot what day it was, didn't he? Oh, yeah, right. You and your mom always did this on your dad's birthday. Yeah. I didn't know if you were going to keep doing it now that your mum's gone too. She's not gone. She's just missing. Sorry, I meant to say since she went missing. I don't really think that makes it a better situation, does it? Either way, she's not here. She's gonna come back, Rolo. Of course she is. Okay, Dad. See you next time. I think I'm ready to get out of here. Sure, lead the way. Something tells me that Mum's not coming back. Ooh, dandelions. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, I've been tickled by the dandelions.
Wonderful! I had a good feeling about you from the moment you opened my book.
Because I sneeze?
That charm is a very special thing. Very special indeed. Keep hold of it for now. Its purpose will reveal itself soon enough.
Okay, then I can do that. Oh, do you think I can get rid of all the dandelions? Come on, we can achieve this. Perfect! The sneezing makes it so much easier. Wait, no, you're growing too quickly. Stop it! I don't think I'm getting rid of all the dandelions. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. The whole reason I was looking for ya. I was wondering if you'd ever get to that. I found the perfect way to start our summer. How's that?
Rollo looked to the side suspiciously.
Not here. They might be watching. They who? Shush! Not so loud. We need to do this in a secure location. Mission control? All right. I just have to tell Gran, and then we can head out. What are you gonna tell her? I'm gonna tell her that you want to start a fire. That way, when we inevitably get in trouble, it's not going to be my fault. I don't know. I'll think of something. If it's all the same to you, I'll meet you at the welcome sign. Your Gran still kind of wigs me out. I don't do well with new people. She moved in like half a year ago. Just meet me at the sign when you're done. Suit yourself. I won't be long. Well, that makes my lie more believable. Okay, so tell Gran. I can do that. Grandmother.
Dear reader, forgive me for this interlude. Remember that charm you found in the dandelion patch? There are more of those special charms to discover throughout Beacon Pines. They've been known to reveal themselves to those who are willing. Some of them can be found in this very house.
Oh, nice. So just snoop around the place? Are all the charms gonna make me sneeze?
Just some dusty knickknacks.
Okay, apparently not what I need.
Since Gran had moved in, the house was more peaceful, more orderly, and more covered in flowery fabric.
You know, I don't understand the compulsion of covering all the furniture in fabric. I get it, I suppose it makes it easier to clean the fabric rather than the actual couch. But I also do spend my entire life on my computer chair, so I don't see the need for furniture to begin with.
One of his father's old stethoscopes. Luca had spent countless hours listening to anything and everything with it. Not for years, though.
Was I done a doctor then? Am I gonna get a badge for this? The badge of sloth. Oh, the badge of ponder. I was just ready to take a nap out by the fire. I wonder how many badges are in here then. I'm just gonna keep snooping.
Gran had already lit the fire. She kept a warm house, as if by grandmotherly obligation.
Okay, I can't get a badge of knowledge, unfortunately, so I can't read the books. Oh, if Gran's keeping her house in a grandmotherly way, do you think she made me cookies? Ah, I mean, there's bread. Bread's not so good, though.
An array of prepared meals crowded the refrigerator, each labeled with a day of the week.
That's organized. Well, unfortunately for you, though, Gran, they're all gonna spoil because I refuse to close the door.
A pair of dull scissors, a broken can opener, a mostly empty bottle of glue, and some loose string.
Ah, I found the junk drawer. And I even get a badge of junk. Oh, I love it. Did you notice that I did close that drawer? Apparently I've got more respect for the junk drawer than I do the fridge. And I'm gonna leave the tap going. I feel like grandmother's gonna murder me. Hey, if I just cause so much problems in the house, maybe she won't even notice when I inevitably do sing Naughty Rivolo.
The only piece of furniture Gran had brought when she moved in was an old hutch.
Yeah, I think I've looked at everything in here. Can I have the hat? Apparently not. Do I want to go into the garden?
Oh my, this is quite exciting. I am now certain that you are the one I've been waiting for all these years.
What did I do? I walked through a doorway.
You'll recall I was a bit coy regarding the use of charms earlier. Excuse me, I tend to have a flair for the dramatic. You are about to encounter your first turning point. There are certain times in this tale when everything hinges on a single word. Step forth, dear reader.
Am I ready to do this? Actually, no, we're gonna go explore upstairs, then
On
we'll
the
be
other
back.
hand, I suppose there's no reason to rush things. Gran will be waiting when you return.
Thank you for understanding. Okay, the kitchen is still gonna flood, and we can now go snoop around upstairs first. I just need to check if I've got any more of my patches.
Luca paused at his parents' bedroom door. He just wasn't ready to go in yet.
It's fine, we can come back to that later.
Gran had commandeered the upstairs closet when she moved in. Some things need shelter from a young boy's mischief, she said.
Oh, there was more patches! I've got the best patch yet. I am now capable of hiding. You know, I'm guessing by the organized versus disorganized, I share the room with my gran.
Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night.
Are these my notebooks then? They seem to be on my side of the room, right? Right.
Luca tossed on his favorite old sweater. Even though it was the first day of summer, a chill still hung in the air.
Hey, I look perfectly chill. I think that's the thing I dislike most about hot weather. I can't wear my jumpers.
Gran's moving in meant that most of Luca's things had been crammed in the corner. Luca was somewhat annoyed by the situation.
Okay, to be fair, we could just organise and have a lot more space. That's not necessarily our Gran's fault. I mean, look at all that room left on the shelf up there. I think I've snooped around enough, and I have now found myself a sweater. So let's go speak to our Gran. Don't worry about the tap, Gran. Right, is there anything else I can look through before I speak to her?
A sturdy old wheelbarrow.
Nice!
Young Luca would spend hours hiding in the bushes, waiting for a chance to jump out and startle his mother. She always enjoyed humoring him by feigning terror.
You know, that just makes me think of that clip of I think they're tigers? Where you got the baby tiger trying to jump out of the mother and it's completely faked reaction.
A beginner's guide to gardening laid open on the bench.
I think I've looked at everything then. Hello, grandmother. Hey, Gran. I'm gonna go hang out with Rolo for the day. See you later. Task complete then.
Hold up now. Where are you and Rolo headed exactly?
Oh, nowhere special.
The less Gran knew, the better for everyone involved.
We were just gonna go for the day. Oh, ponder, hide, or chill. We're just gonna go hide for the day. I wouldn't use that. I might try to get the good ending though. I know there's a bunch of different ones. Do we want to just go ponder for the day? I can't resist. We're gonna go ponder for the day.
We were just gonna go ponder for the day.
I just want to know what Gran's reaction would be. We were just gonna go ponder for the day.
Oh, really? What are you boys going to ponder on such a lovely day exactly?
This was Luca's chance to sell his alibi.
You know, the meaning of life, the most beautiful horror monster that could possibly be. You know, big stuff, small stuff, medium, mostly medium pondering.
Nailed it.
Well, make sure you don't overburden yourself with the preponderance of pondering.
Huh?
Oh, forget it. Off with you now.
Wow, we actually got away with that.
Impressive. You've managed to navigate your first turning point without too much of a mess. That is the power of charms. A single word can change everything. I think it's time to introduce you to the Chronicle.
I just want to know then, if we said we're going to go hide for the day, would that have had a worse reaction? Anyway, here's the Chronicle.
The Chronicle is a record of the decisions you've made. You can see the turning point, which has been revealed. At any time, you can use the Chronicle to go back and invoke different charms, creating new branches.
Oh, nice. So essentially it's like divergences in life then.
Luckily for us, this is the one and only turning point where the charms won't dramatically alter fate.
Ah, I was kind of hoping if I say I was going to hide, you'd have just grounded me or something.
It's the perfect opportunity to experiment with rewriting things.
Well, we might as well then, if it's not going to drastically change anything. What do we want to do this time? I want to know what it's going to be. We're just going to say we're going to go hide for the day.
We were just gonna go hide for the day.
We were just going to go hide for the day.
Hide?
Traditionally, when one is trying to hide something, they avoid literally using the word hide.
No. Listen, Meeka. Listen here. You are missing the beauty of my logic. So, if we want to hide something, you'd have to actually try, right? But if we say we're hiding something, they're gonna believe we've got nothing to hide, really, because, I mean, why would we say it otherwise? It's like if you answer a question honestly, and I feel like in Among Us, right? They ask you if you're an imposter, you say yes. No one's gonna believe you. I mean, why would you come outright and say it? Yeah, I guess Rolo bit some other kids, so we could beat them at hide and seek.
Aren't you a little old for that?
It's not like there's much else to do around here.
Well, make sure you boys are done playing your little game in time for supper.
All's well that ends well.
You see, and the beauty of this is I haven't technically lied. So, if anything goes wrong, I can just come out right and say, well, I did tell you this was what I was gonna go do.
Oh, and Luca, you and Rolo stay out of trouble.
I know. Ah, get into trouble with Rolo. Well, I'm already gonna get into trouble because I've spoiled the food and I'm flooding the house. So, it's a good start. I don't think I really need to go back and pick the last answer, right? If it's not going to change anything. Come on! Whoa! You are in a rush, buddy. Dang it, Rolo. You know what? I could just ditch you and go on down this path instead. Can I do that?
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and uninspiring. A sort of natural barrier for the impatient.
Ah, I can't actually ditch Rolo then. Can I look at the stump?
For a town that saw few visitors, the welcome was perhaps more grand than necessary.
Now, it's nice to be optimistic. You know the drill. Don't let anyone discover our secret path. You know, I'm pretty sure you moonwalking backwards is more
Chapter 2.
attention grabbing.
Welcome to Beacon Pines. For many years, this valley had been a small mining outpost. It wasn't until Sharper Valentine built his fertilizer company that Beacon Pines was established. Over the next 30 years, the town had grown and prospered, until the foul harvest and his sudden death. In the 6 years since, everyone was simply trying to get by.
Oh, wait, what festival are we having? Hey, Mr. Kerr. Hey there, pal.
William Kerr was the CEO of Perennial Harvest Company. He had become a fixture around town over the past few years. After the failing of Valentine fertilizer, the town was hungry to welcome a new source of employment.
Excited for the big festival? Oh, sure. Come on now. When I was your age, there was nothing more exciting than a town festival. The food, the music, the dancing. Sounds pretty alright. You're gosh dang right it is. I'm looking forward to letting off some steam myself. Make sure to invite all of your little friends. I couldn't keep Rolo away if I tried. Excellent. Sorry, Luca. I've got to get back to the proverbial grindstone. Our harvest awaits, and all that. Oh, now. The left side a little low. Sorry, young Mr. Van Horn. Can't talk now. Very busy with preparations.
Mayor Augustus Valentine was not busy.
Oh, sorry, Gus. How many times do I... It's Mayor Valen...
Flustered, Gus instinctively loosened his tie.
Keep up the good work. I must briefly attend to a concerned citizen. Huh? It's nothing. Keep at it. All right. What can the mayor of Beacon Pines do for you today? Oh, just saying hi, I guess. Well, good day to you too, young Mr. Van Horn. Can I speak to the guy holding a sign? I mean, it's probably better. Oh, oops. Better idea not to distract him, right? I wonder if Rolo's gonna get upset with us if we just take too long. Wait, I see glasses. Ah. Aren't I just looking chill now? There we go, I'm just looking relaxed, looking normal. Nothing suspicious going on here. Man, badges. I want to collect your all now. Hey, Mr. Sinclair.
Mr. Sinclair continued snoring and lifted one eyelid just enough to see who it was. A tactic he often used to avoid undesirable conversation.
You know what? I can respect it.
Yo-ho, Mr. Sinclair.
Ah, don't you see I'm sleeping, boy?
How's the napping today?
Crummy as always. Used to have a perfectly nice view from here. Till perennial harvest put that monstrosity of a building in the way.
Why don't you just move your chair a bit?
Why should I be the one that moves? If it's a showdown they want, I ain't gonna be the one who blinks. Well, you kinda had to be the one to move, because you're the only one bothered. I don't think the building minds at all.
Come on, Andy. Grab his wallet. I'm sorry, Iggy, I can't. Do it or we pound ya.
Yup.
Yeah, but Mom said. Yeah, but. If I had a nickel for every yeah, but, I'd be a freaking king of nickels. Ain't that right, Tish?
Yup. Huh. Well, I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear a single word there. Mr. Van Horn, do you have a moment?
It's just Luca.
Golly, I'm sorry. It's my first week of perennial harvest.
He pulled a pen from the pocket of his sweater vest and began to frantically jot something down on a clipboard.
Wonderful. It won't happen again. If we are going to be on first name basis, then you can call me Pete.
Oh, nice to meet you, Pete. Sorry, what are you writing?
Oh, just documenting. Gosh, it's exciting to be a part of something so damn special. You know, it's not just about new fountains and phone booths. We're gonna change the world. And it all starts here in Beacon Pines. Isn't that amazing?
Uh-huh. Anyways, I'd better get...
Oh, that reminds me. We'd love to hear your thoughts.
My thoughts.
You bet. If we're gonna change this town, we need to get every detail right.
That sounds intense.
Changing the world is intense. So what you say? I say that I'm 12. You don't need my opinions. Could you answer a few questions?
Well, I guess if it's quick.
Wonderful. Open to answering a few quick questions. One down. See, it's not that hard, is it?
Oh, okay. We're going already.
Question 2. What is something you love about Beacon Pines?
I never really thought about it before.
Perfect.
It's the only place I've lived.
See, that wasn't so painful.
Pete stopped scribbling and glanced up from the clipboard.
Was it?
I guess not.
Huzzah! Our first 3 questions answered in record time.
Are you literally writing down everything?
Thank you so much for your time. I need to process these answers. We can save the rest of your thoughts for later.
Okay.
A harvest awaits. You have far too much enthusiasm. I'm exhausted speaking to you.
Oh, right. Rolo's waiting up at the treehouse.
Oh yeah, I forgot I was supposed to be following Rolo. Okay, I better get to that now. Hi, buddy. Hey, Jetson. Is the line playing any tunes today? No bites this morning, I'm afraid. Come to think of it, I can't remember the last time I reeled one in. But hey, it was never about the catch. This is where I come to think. Yeah, that's what my dad used to do here. That reminds me, if you ever want his chair back, I've taken to standing recently. Keeps me from falling asleep at the wheel. If you don't mind, I think you should stay. Not at all. An empty chair makes for a great listener. Can I sit in the chair though?
Whenever Luca saw his dad's chair by the pond, it reminded him of the days they'd pack up a couple of sandwiches and fish until sundown.
Oh, hi, Dad. You gonna watch me catch a fish? Go pick out your bait from the tackle box, buckaroo. I can do that. Wait.
Luca opened the tackle box and picked the perfect bait.
Wait, I don't know what this one would be. Have I not got the right badge? I mean, tickle?
Luca gently baited a feather onto the hook. Good for skimming the surface.
What'd you think of my bait, Dad? Give it a good cast now. Oh, I got a good swing. Hey, swing's actually attracted to the feather. You'll have to reel it in a bit faster, or your catch will lose interest. Oh, apparently I did it incorrectly. Wait, I'll get more bait. Apparently I don't need any. Nope, I do need more bait. Do you want to see what junk would be?
Luca tied a shoestring to the hook. What fish could resist a nice shoestring?
You know, when I was asked to pick up bait, I was expecting something that the fish would want to eat. Okay, we can do this. As soon as it starts bobbing. Come here. I think my line was growing red. I should probably be a little bit careful, huh? Fish, fish, come here. I think I'm doing this correctly. There! Oh. Oh, my fish was a boot. Where do you think the other one is? Hard to say. Sometimes things drift away. That's not fair. And I reckon the other boot is probably on the corpse's foot. No, it's not. Well, wherever it is, I hope that the other boot at least has a sock to keep it company. Do I want to fish some more?
Luca gently baited a feather onto the hook. Good for skimming the surface.
We'll fish one more, see if we can actually catch a fish this time. Man, I've got you a feather. You should be mighty pleased with me. I mean, my line definitely turns red if I hold it too long, doesn't it? I think I've mastered fishing. I seem to be better at fishing than I am golf, so that's a positive. Ah, I found a rubber duck. Well, I'll be switched. It's your old rubber ducky. You were just a little drooling ball of fur when you lost that. Cried for days. I told you to turn up. Oh, do I need to feel the blanket? I can do that.
Luca gently baited a feather onto the hook. Good for skimming the surface.
I mean, there's no chance of me getting a worm or anything, is there? I don't seem to be able to find one. Okay, we'll try it one more time then. Sooner or later, I've got to actually find a fish, right? Man, there we go. Don't snap the line. Thank you very much. Okay, that was glowing mighty red. Oh! Oh, another duck! Oh. I'm guessing I can only find each item from each bait type. Looks like we could use some new bait. What do you say we head out and find some more? Yeah, I can do that. Let's find some worms. Oh, wait, so I'll come back when I actually find the correct badges? Okay, well, I'll be back in a bit then. Mission control. Authorized personnel only. Oh, that is just a pile of junk.
The boys had a good thing going, as long as they kept old Jeff happy. They had an endless source of precious materials to add to the treehouse.
Wait, who's old Jeff? You know what? It doesn't look particularly safe, but I'm rather impressed. Okay, what's this top secret plan to start our summer? So you know the abandoned warehouse by my place? The old Valentine building? Yeah, well, it isn't abandoned. What makes you think that? Get this. Last night, it was glowing. Glowing? Are you sure? Kinda. That place has been empty since... Since the foul harvest. Yeah. Who would even want to poke around that place? We would, Rolo. We would. Wait. It's just a busted old warehouse. I just meant we could do some research at the library. You want to actually go to the warehouse? What do you expect to find? Answers. My mum's out there somewhere. And it seems like everyone wants to pretend that she's gone for good. You don't have to come, Rolo, if you don't want to. Luca, remember that time I sort of accidentally burned down the chicken coop? And you jumped in and said it was your fault before my path throttled me? This is a flaming chicken coop sort of deal. I am clearly a genius. I pre-predicted your position for fire, didn't I? I've got your back. Thanks, Rolo. Now that I think about it, poking around a decrepit fertilizer warehouse is exactly how I want to spend the first day of summer. Let's go! I'll be there in a minute.
Luca's winter coat decommissioned for the summer. With the cold holding out longer than usual, he reconsidered its usefulness.
Well, I did already add a sweater to my jumpers.
On certain nights, when the clouds were just right, the boys could tune into strange patterns of static. Rolo thinks it's aliens. He always thinks it's aliens.
Ooh, I can be chill again. Certainly I've already got the relaxing badge.
After Luca's father had passed, Rolo became obsessed with them building their own Hank atomic star scraper. It was some time before Luca realized it was Rolo's way of keeping him occupied.
Aww. Rolo's a good friend, really. Oh, and I can see our entire junk pile from here.
Luca looked up at the satellite dish. Rolo nearly killed himself putting that up into the tree.
Nah, I don't think that would count as bait, would it?
While it didn't turn the radio into an interstellar communicator, as he'd hoped, it did at least boost the signal enough to overhear truckers one town over.
Ooh, we can get all the chocolate gossip. Okay, Rolo, where did you go, buddy? Wait, you're just gone, aren't you? Oh, there you are. I'm just catching my breath a bit. Go on, I'll catch up. Oh, okay. That's kind of what you get for just sprinting everywhere, buddy. Hey, Mrs. Nelson. Morning, Luca. Any big plans for the summer? Not really. Heard anything about the old fertilizer warehouse? Any strange happenings? Can't say I have. Either way, a dusty old warehouse is no place for a young boy. You be safe now. You know, it's not very subtle for us to go around asking everyone about the location we want to break into.
Luca could see the morning regulars nestled in their booths at the early bean.
Oh, do we think there's anything up here? Ah, hi. Piper? Oh, hey, Luca. What's up? You know it's summer break, right? Of course. And it's like the morning. Correct. And you're studying?
Like they say, the early bird gets the proper education required for a successful and fulfilling career later in life.
Mm-hmm. That's fair enough. And we don't exactly know what she's studying. Hey, Zerial.
Hi, Luca. Could you please tell this lazy bird to help out in the calf?
Lumi, Zerial would like you... Luca, let me give you a little gem of advice. If you never do what you don't love, then you'll never work a day in your life.
Wow. You're really setting the kid up for success.
That could go either way. Either you never work a day in the life, or you get so stressed you no longer love what you do.
Miss Hatch could often be found near the fountain, too absorbed in a book to be distracted.
The two wandered down the wooded path, unaware of the danger ahead. Oh, this is getting good. I approve the source material.
Holden Wilder ran the local paper of record, the Beacon.
Hey, Mr. Wilder. Morning, Luca. What's the day have in store for you? I was wondering if you heard any news about... News? The Beacon knows the news that needs knowing. Any news about the old fertilizer warehouse? Nope.
Oh. Volo thought he saw some lights there last night.
Volo ought to be careful poking around that part of town. The winds of change are blowing, and change is a dangerous animal. Oh, badge of change. Also, why do I get the feeling they're all gonna be hiding something?
Luca, just the fella I was looking for. Hey, Roxy, what's up?
Oh, right. Rendezvous with Roxy. This is an important turning point. The first time where your charms will change the course of fate. And currently, we only have one suitable charm at our disposal.
Oh, that's not so good for us.
Have no fear, we can always return later using the Chronicle once we find more charms.
Oh, wait, so if I return to a previous part, my charms won't reset? That makes sense.
Well, now I'm just rambling. Where were we?
Have you seen my blockhead brother today? He skipped out before breakfast. Well, not really, no. Can't say I have. Can't say, or won't say. Roxy, why would I lie to you?
Luca, wait up! I almost forgot to tell you. Roxy might be lurking around here. This is one of her favorite places to stand around and be useless.
Bolo.
So we need to make sure she doesn't spot us.
Bolo.
Why are you doing that turning thing with your body? What, you're not scared, are ya? She's harmless. And a chump. Oh, you're gonna die now. And she's right around that corner, isn't she? Well, we managed to get into trouble with Rolo then.
Don't mind me. Just over here lurking. Uselessly.
Oh, hey, sis. Nice weather we're having, eh?
I couldn't help but notice you snuck out this morning before breakfast.
Wasn't hungry.
Also, couldn't help but notice your morning chores were left unchored.
Roxy, I'm gonna level with you. I'm sick and tired of digging up carrots.
We all gotta pick up the slack since the foul harvest.
Almost every carrot I dug up is rotten. And the rest look like they were hit with Hank Atomic's shrink array.
All the more reason to keep on digging.
There's gotta be more to life than puny carrots. Look, Roxy, Lucia and I, places to be. So, if you don't mind. Oh, I do mind. I'm not gonna catch hell again because of you. So either you march yourself home and harvest those carrots, or I haul you home myself.
Rollo froze as Roxy took a step toward him, cracking her knuckles. Luca knew he had one chance to save his friend from being dragged home.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill. I don't feel like this is the best answer.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
Come on, Roxy. It's the first day of summer. The sun's shining, and we just want to take it easy. Let's leave tomorrow's problems for tomorrow. That's great and all, but Rollo's problems have a way of becoming my problems. And Pa always says, tomorrow's work is best left for yesterday. Marge, you big oaf. Ah, rats. I expect a full report about the Valentine place. A full report! Well, I guess I'm alone for the day. So, Fitz, what are you up to this lovely day? Nope. Cool. Well, I'm assuming then we can actually get a better response to get Rollo to be able to come with us. Sharper Valentine, founder of Beacon Pines. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time. Sharper Valentine.
A bit much, if you ask me.
Ooh, indulgent. Maybe that's the one we needed to save Rollo. Okay, is there anywhere else I want to go first? Hey, Griffin. How's the ice cream gig going? Not great. It's still pretty cold out, and I'm in the business of selling cold. I'm sure things will warm up soon. Mr. Tulliver's not at his grocery stand. He's preparing for the festival, I guess. Gotcha! Oh, that looks like a mighty nice croissant. Oh, no touching. I'm gonna touch it. I regret nothing. Can I touch it again? Do you think it would eventually pop if I just keep smacking it? I was gonna so laugh at it exploded. Hey, kid. Hey, Bert. Hi, Luca. I'm doing some fact-checking for the town history exhibit. Look, kid, I'm just here to put up the lights. But did you know? When the town was founded, there was only 7 citizens. And they all worked for a mining company. And there was only one dirt road leading to town. And there still is only one road leading to town. Oh, right. You guys seem like you're having fun. Anything else I need to find? Nope, I guess I'll leave you to it. Enjoy setting up for the festival. So I'm assuming I do have to follow the blue sign, so I'll explore this way first. Hey, Solomon. Apologies, no time for chit-chat. Oh, well, goodbye then.
Jeff's hardware closed down about a year ago. The effects of the foul harvest stretched wide. When there are no crops in the field, tractors don't need fixing. Luca knew that if he gave up now, he'd never hear the end of it from Rollo.
Oh, so this is the way I'm supposed to be going. Looks like the library hasn't opened yet. I'll check back later. Luca, my boy, hold up a tick. Oh, hey, Mr. Nuncree. I was just on my way to... I just sold the last jar of your grandmother's preserves. Can't stock the shelves fast enough, turns out. Hey, that's great. But I'm actually... I guess Juniper will just have to swing by with more of her lovely jam. Uh-huh. Well, don't let this old man slow you down. You just remind her that she still owes me that dance.
A promise Gran regretted the second it was made.
Will do. She's a fine woman, then, Juniper.
Yeah, she's pretty cool, I guess.
A real fine woman.
Sir, that is my grandmother. Gotta go.
Sweeter than any jam on earth. Well, I'm traumatized.
The phone booth was brand new, part of Perennial Harvest's Beacon Pines Reborn initiative. It didn't see much use.
But to be fair, if we're an isolated community, and the only people we speak to in town, why would we need it?
Oh, hey, Luca. Hey, Joe. How's the bug hunting going? Not great. Bugs have been shy this week.
Bugs get shy?
Oh, sure. Bugs aren't that different from people. Sometimes they just want to be left alone. If you're going into the wheat wood, just be careful where you step.
No bug crunching. Got it. There's no bear traps, right? That'd be quite unfortunate for me. I have found honey, though.
Peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
That's strange. Wait, so what's down here? Oh, that's a creepy house.
The Valentine Mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally.
I can appreciate the spire. That's a nice touch. It seems almost strange to have such a cute house right next to the mansion. Do I not get to know who lives here? Apparently not.
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town.
Okay, well, I think I've snooped around enough. It's time for us to enter the forest, right?
The path led into a small hollow at the edge of Weepwood.
Okay, no turning back now. Caution, electrified fence. Is that sign new?
The fence thrummed with a gentle electric buzz.
Okay, so what would Rolo do if he was here?
Luca often asked himself what Rolo would do, so that he could rule out that option.
Rolo would probably get himself electrocuted. We should not do that. I'm definitely not touching that thing. That's fine, we can... Ooh. Oh, we can throw some mushrooms apparently.
As sparks flew from the fence, the light atop that section shut off. 2 bulbs remained.
Oh, perfect. Well, can I throw that? That's 2.
1 more to go.
I am so gonna get in trouble for this destruction.
The fence's buzzing gave way to silence.
Okay, moment of truth.
Every kid in town knew the old Valentine fertilizer building. Long abandoned, the warehouse once served as the industrial heart of Beacon Pines. Now, it stood only as a reminder of things left behind. The dormant building showed strange signs of life.
Okay, so Rolo wasn't exaggerating for once. What's going on here?
There's only one way to find out.
Wait, so where was the fence being powered from? Inside the factory? Wow, that smells awful. Too bad Rolo's not here. He'd have no problem poking around in there. Okay, I guess we just go inside. Oh, that seems highly dangerous and very radioactive. Let's go in. Locked.
Luca thought he heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the door. He pressed his ear against the cold metal to hear better.
Is it
The
footsteps?
sound of footsteps grew louder.
Hello? Oh, hi there. Damn. Oh, that's the most wonderful badge to find.
The heavy steel door knocked Luca to the ground. Disoriented, he looked up to see an imposing figure silhouetted in a green glow. It lunged toward him. He tried to scramble away, but felt a gloved hand latch onto his ankle. Luca watched his fingernails leave trails in the dirt as the hand slowly dragged him back through the door, into the lab, into the green light.
I mean, that technically got what I wanted, right? I mean, I didn't want to be kidnapped, but I did want to get inside. This is a story about change.
This is a story about change. It was far from the sort of change Luca imagined for himself. But change is, after all, a dangerous animal. The end?
Wait, what? That's an ending? Oh, I don't have the right badge, do I?
I probably should have warned you about this. There are many paths that our story can take. Most will end in tragedy, but don't let that discourage you. We will find the ending that this story deserves. I just know it. From here on out, a charm will have a checkmark when it's been used to its full potential at a given turning point. Now, let's try something different.
Nice. Okay, so change has been fully used. Wait, my crap one can be used there? Okay then, let's go do that. Oh, so we can be a little crap. Gotcha.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
Did we just kick her? Make breakfast for it. What have you done? Ah!
Did that little crap just kick me? Run all you want, you little twerps. You've got to come home eventually.
Sorry! Well, mission succeeded? Let's just get out of it and avoid that same conversation about our grandmother. Nope. Ah, no. Luca, my boy, hold up a tick. I think it's gonna be the same conversation, right? Oh, we avoided the conversation. Boy's got too much of his father in him. A real shame. What have you got against my father? Apparently I now possess shame, though. I win. Little hope. I am the champion! Were we racing? Did that road get longer?
Like anything ever changes around here.
It seemed longer.
You're just lightheaded from the run. You really need to pace yourself better next time.
Not sure why. I would take advice from second place.
Has that sign always been there?
Wait, what?
Caution, electrified fence.
No, that's definitely new. Creepy.
How are we gonna get around an electric fence?
Don't worry, I've got this. I guessed it. I knew he would have electrocuted himself.
Why did you do that?
Pa always says you can figure out what the plan was when you're done.
Great. What now?
Well, I did my part and established that touching the fence is bad. I'm sure you can handle it from here. I'll supervise. From a safe distance. That's definitely for the best. You are a hazard upon yourself. Whoa, you're a genius. Wait, did I knock down 2 for 1? I really am a genius. Wait, before we do this, is that actually a different path? Oh, it was. Is there anything I can snoop around and find out about?
Property of Valentine's Fertilizer Company. Looks old.
Also, it looks very toxic. Come on, get any more badges for me? I want the badge of snooping. No, there doesn't seem to be anything here. Well, I'll just remember the radioactive for later. And now, mushroom, do your duty. That is one strong mushroom. I think that did it. Luca, you never fail to impress.
As the glowing windows of the old warehouse came into view, Rollo began to bounce excitedly.
Check it out. Dang, Rollo, you weren't exaggerating for once. Was there ever any doubt? This definitely needs investigating. Good thing 2 ace detectives are on the case. This is bizarre. This is awesome. Ooh. Did you feel that? What, the excitement in the air? You bet your butt I did. Check out this puddle. That's not normal. And this hose. Oh man, the door's locked. Try harder. Why don't we just go through the broken window? No dice, it won't budge. Oh well. This dumpster is new, right? I bet it's got stuff in it. I can't really see what's in here. Who did all of this? My nose is itching. I think I smell some treasure. Are you sure that isn't the hazardous waste? Just help me get in. Rolo, it would be my honor to throw you in the trash. Well, that's the sign that we're best friends. Come on, lady, look. So, what's in there? Let's see. There's a squishy bag of squish. Wow. A good inch of stagnant sludge. Your natural habitat. Wait, hold the phone. Hold 2 phones. Check these bad boys out. Are those walkie-talkies? Just like Hank Atomic communicators. Do these actually work? Ground command to Hank Atomic. Hank, do you read me? This is Hank Atomic, ground command. You're coming in 5 by 5. How are your vital readouts, Hank? I'm getting a little stuffy in here. Requesting assistance for evac. Help is on the way. Actually, second guess, let's just hide in there. What was that? Someone's coming out. Give me your hand. I'm trying. My hands are covered in squish. Just close it. Close the dumpster and you're hidden. Scoot over. I'm coming in. You see nothing, sir. Well, at least he's a smart one. Luckily, Percy didn't check under the trash though, right? Tell me you saw that. Dude, I don't know what I saw. He's coming back. Get down. Oh, man. Wait, is that a body? Mother, have I just found you? Wouldn't that be quite traumatizing if we opened up the bag to literally find our mother?
Under the weight of the bag.
Oh God, tell me that's not what I think it is. Luca, do you know what separates run-of-the-mill detectives from ace detectives? A ridiculous hat? When the chips are down, ace detectives dig deeper for clues.
Felt around at the large sack which burdened them. He
Uh-huh.
snapped off a tag from just within a small zipper opening in the bag.
It's some sort of badge or something. What's it say?
Rollo held the badge up to a faint shaft of light within the dumpster.
Dr. Prescott, Deep Engineering. It's a name tag. Who would throw away a bag full of slimy old name tags? I think it's just one name tag in a bag full of something else. Okay. I think we should make a break for it. Stay calm. This is no time to panic. I'm not panicking. You're panicking. Rolo, calm down. You don't have to squeeze my hand so hard. Dude, I am not holding your hand. Quit messing around. What other slime-covered hand would be in here? Ah! Oh! Oh, that's a bit dismembered. Ah! Listen. Wait, was that twitching? I think the hand needs a hand. I am beginning to see the benefits of your run for our lives plan. Right, we've clearly established that I'm faster than you, so I'll go first. Why not go together? Flaming chicken coop, Luca. I'll make sure the coast is clear. After I go, count to 100. If you hear me yell, run. If you don't hear me yell, run. Actually, either way, haul ass. Bolo, I'll give you credit. You sure found an eventful way to start our summer. That's what I do. Well, here goes nothing.
Lucas sat in the dark, tracking the sound of Rollo's footsteps as he ran. 1, 2, 3. He pressed his ear to the dumpster wall, straining to hear Rollo's footsteps as they faded away. 15, 16, 17. He tried not to think about the contents of the dumpster as he counted. 35, 36, 37. The thick stench made it hard to breathe. Screw it, that's long enough.
I was wondering if we were actually going to count to 100.
Luca carefully lifted the lid and peered out. Nothing. No sign of Rollo. No sign of the man in the yellow suit. Time to haul ass. Luca clambered from the dumpster, stumbling to his knees. He was up like a shot and running, sprinting toward home as fast as he could. Beacon Pines flew by, blurred by the tears that welled up in his eyes. He wouldn't remember getting home at all that night. Throwing his front door open, storming up the stairs to his room and surrendering to sleep almost as abruptly as he hit his pillow. Chapter 3. Finding a Friend. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
I finished jarring a mess of jam last night.
Uh-huh.
So, that'll need to get delivered into town today.
Okay.
So, what did you and Volo get up to yesterday?
Oh, we found a dead body. Oh, nothing interesting.
Hello? Calm down. No, of course it was the right thing to do. Start gathering, folks. I'll be right there. Are you sure there isn't anything you want to tell me about yesterday?
Anything I want to tell you? Not really. We just sort of ran around a bit.
Gran's brow furrowed. She let out a long sigh. Her voice was quiet and even.
I have to go take care of something. You're to stay in this house for the day. Under no circumstance are you to leave.
What?
If I am not back by dinner, there's stew in the icebox.
But
Nothing. You are to stay here, understand?
yeah,
Say it.
I'll stay here till you get back.
Good. Oh, and Luca, you left the icebox open yesterday. We're not made of money, you know.
Oh! I didn't even think that was going to get mentioned. Well, that was strange. Did we make in the phone call was think about Rolo then? Well, at least she didn't complain about the fact I left the tap on. Can I sneak out regardless?
Luca was desperate to check in with Rollo. Until Gran returned, he was trapped.
Okay, let's just snoop around for a bit.
An eerie electronic sound echoed from Luca's bedroom.
Hello? Is anyone there? Is that gonna be the thing we found yesterday in the dumpster? Hello? Rolo, is that you? Something tells me that's not a walkie-talkie. Over? But that was eventful. Let's just go now. Is that from downstairs? I'm gonna assume it was. It'd be a bit creepy for someone in my parents' room or something. Oh, hey, Voxy. If this is about me, accidentally kicking you yesterday, is Rolo here? No? Look at me, Luca. This is serious. Is Rolo here? No, I haven't seen him since yesterday. Rolo didn't come home last night. What?
A pit formed in Luca's stomach.
Oh, damn. We really should not have split the party. Where was the last place you saw him? We were playing around in Weep Wood, and then it was late and we went home. Weep Wood? If he's alive, I am gonna kill that little creep. Is there anything else? Anything that he said? This would be the ideal time to mention the corpse and the guy in the factory, right?
Luca's mouth felt dry.
No, we were just messing around. Okay, I need to go let people know to check the woods. You just stay out of trouble. Go see if he's hiding in the library or something.
Luca could feel his heart beating in his throat.
Rolo, where are you? He is definitely gonna get caught by the guy, right? In the yellow suit. Either that or the radio really does summon aliens. I wonder if we can speak to anyone. Has anyone got anything to say about Rolo? Hey, Bert. Have you seen Rolo?
Nope. Though I've mostly been talking to clipboards. They're setting up lots of stuff for the festival. This one said he had to process some answers. I told him that was fine. I'll wait right here until he gets back.
Hate to tell you, kid, but he was trying to ditch you. Howdy, Luca. Hello again, Pete. I'm not Pete, you silly goose. It's Toby. You could have fooled me. Well, hey, it's no problemo. The important thing is, we'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, I'm getting that impression. We're all part of something special, Luca. And it all starts right here in Beacon Pines. I got it.
Toby looked up from the clipboard excitedly.
That's right. So, how about you start by telling me? Look, no offense, but I've got my own stuff to take care of. Ah, you joker. We're all part of this together. You'll let us know when you're free to answer a few questions. We really need to get back to work.
Just a couple more minutes.
If Roxy said she will be here, then she will be here. I just don't see why I'm standing around, doing nothing, and waiting for Roxy, when I could be standing around, doing nothing, and getting paid for it. Oh, come on, Lumi. Roxy needs our help. Yeah, well, good intentions don't qualify as legal tender. My parents won't listen. No offense, isn't Rolo always getting into trouble? Something feels different this time. What can we do to help? We need to check where the adults aren't. So I guess it's up to us to check Wheatwood. Our shift doesn't end for a couple of hours. We could spend the time making posters.
That would be great.
I guess.
Right. Fitz and I will check Wheatwood. We'll be back later to pick up the posters. I think my dad has a map of Wheatwood. Let's swing by my house and grab it before we head out.
I don't think I've met those ones before, have I?
What's this about a missing child?
I must stress that the situation is completely under control.
It all seems so terrible.
Are you sure there's nothing we can do to help? Nonsense, young Mr. Cotter. We'll turn up safe and sound. I am certain. You just focus on settling in. I trust my sister has supplied you with suitable lodging.
Oh, yes. Miss Valentine has been more than accommodating. We were just telling our daughter, Beck, that...
Beck is gone.
Now where did she run off to?
I'm sure I can probably find her, right? Hey, you son.
History Museum. It's laughable, really.
Did you happen to see Volo in there?
No, just this shadow of a family. Clinging on to a town, clinging on to the past.
Oh, if only I can cling now as well.
Feel free to check yourself, but don't expect to have your mind blown.
I'm gonna be nosy. Sharper Valentine, a celebration of excellence.
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here in Beacon Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck. A scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Sharper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Remembrance Fund.
Well, that was delightful.
That was unhelpful.
Hey, Griffin, has Volo been by? I haven't seen him all day. I'm sure he'll show up safe and sound. And when he does, tell him there's a strawberry chocolate double scoop waiting for him. On the house.
He'll like that.
He is definitely going to be back at the factory. We all know it.
Hey, Dawn. Is it true about Volo?
Yeah, he didn't come home last night.
I wonder if it's connected.
Connected to what?
I was checking in on reports about increased activity around town.
What sort of activity?
Windowless trucks, mechanical noises, strange lights. Your typical shady stuff.
Who would be doing all that and why?
Well, I have a few leads. The Valentine family is always suspicious. Perennial Harvest certainly has the resources.
Do you have any idea where Volo could be?
The best place to start looking is where the trail went cold. Where did you last see him?
We were in Wheatwood. right by Valentine's fertilizer.
I'll check out Wheatwood when my shift ends. I'll do my best work at night.
Ah, thank you. I appreciate the assistance. Guess as Miss Fatitali is getting ready for the festival. Don't think there's anything else for us here then. Anyway, off to the library it is. Here we go. I was half expecting to see our little friend there who likes our grandmother.
Kato volunteered at the library during the summers. He wasn't very social, so he'd dedicate each summer to becoming an expert in a single subject, making him a reliable source of very particular knowledge. If you were to ask Kato something he didn't know, he'd escape into the dusty old bookshelves and return with just the right thing.
Hey, Kato.
Kato was lost in his reading. Luca crooked his neck to see the title, Introduction to Melitology.
Uh-huh.
Oh, hey, Luca. You snuck up on me.
Good book.
Dunno, just started it.
He gestured to the shelves.
I'm barely running out of books I haven't read yet. So now it's on the wonderful world of bees. Turns out, bees are pretty cool. For instance, did you know that around 70% of bee species actually live in underground tunnels? Or that if there are 2 queens in a hive, they will fight to the death for supremacy.
That's interesting, but you haven't seen Volo around, have you?
Not since yesterday.
Keep an eye out for him, okay?
Sure thing. If I see him, you'll be the first to know.
Wait, you look a little bit suspicious there, Betty. Hey, Chase. Oh, hey, Luca. Did Volo come by? No. I was actually surprised. He's usually here early on days when new issue drops. Volo's the biggest Hankatomic fan I know. Besides myself, of course, that is. Well, if he does swing by, tell him to meet me you know where. I don't know where. No, he knows where. Oh! Roger that, Space Cadet. Oh, thank you for your assistance.
There were rarely any actual new additions. Simply a variety of existing content rotated into the front display each week.
Not fooling anyone. Why don't you just call it like the weekly highlights then instead of new editions?
Oh, the cobs I've eaten. A salad-centric travel guide for the mildly adventurous.
Yuck. No, what I need is the horror books.
Sally Seashore's simple succulent sundries. Luca brushed off a smudge of dust. Or maybe it was flour. 30 recipes so easy you'll doubt it's even edible.
Oh, nice! I can actually find badges in the shelves?
A peek behind the curtain. The methods and ruminations of Patrick C. Montesquieu. One of the greatest acting minds of our time. By Patrick C. Montesquieu.
Oof. I suppose that's one way to get yourself a good title. Just making an autobiography.
Mycological phosphorescence.
More like my complete loss of interest. That was a lot of big words. I can actually relate.
The bottom corner shelf was a dusty array of thick science books. Only one binding was clean enough to read. Cellular Biology and the Chemistry of Mitosis.
Boring. Where's all the good fiction books?
The entire top level of the library was devoted to comics, most of which were Hankatomic and the myriad of lesser revered spin-offs.
I am outraged. I've looked through every shelf and I've not found a single horror book. Where are my ghost stories? You know what? I reject this library. I'm leaving. What sort of monster puts candy behind a locked door? Oh, Oh hey, Mr. Nuncreed works weird hours sometimes.
Of course he does. How about you?
When do I work?
No. What's your name?
Luca Van Horn. You new here?
Yeah, not by choice.
Beck's family moved often, giving her little time to establish any real connections. She would tell you she prefers it that way.
I'm looking for my friend Rolo. He didn't come home last night.
So, he's missing.
I guess so.
Like, missing? Does that sort of thing happen a lot around here?
Meeka shifted his feet uncomfortably.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. So, I should probably get going.
Hey, wait up!
What?
Beck pulled a coin from her pocket.
I'm coming with you.
What?
So says the unlucky penny.
Unlucky?
Yeah, well, technically it landed on heads. Leave this kid to find his friend alone. But I always do the opposite.
Oh, that's kinda like me and Rolo. I guess Rolo is my unlucky penny.
That settles it. A person should never be without their unlucky penny. Let's go find him. The name's Beck.
Pleasure to meet you, Beck. I suppose I could use some help. Try and keep up. Aw, I've made a friend. That was a lot easier than I expected. Joey, have you seen Rolo around? No, sorry, Luca. I've had my eyes on the dirt looking for beetles. Can't seem to find any. He never came home last night. Do you think it's because it's been colder than normal? I don't see why that would have anything to do with Rolo. No, the beetles. Do you think the temperature confused their circadian rhythm or something? Who's to say? I'm no beetologist. Just keep an eye out for him, would ya? Of course. Or maybe the beetles aren't coming out because the whole ground is radioactive. Oh, you barricaded it up? Dang, they boarded up the way in. Let's definitely try and sneak round the back then.
Luca felt a chill as he approached Beck. Her eyes were locked on the strange green liquid. The nearby grass was coated in a fine layer of frost.
Is this sort of thing normal around here? Because puddles of glowing ooze are definitely not what I expected from this place.
I have no idea what that stuff is.
Well, the next obvious step is science.
And what does science suggest?
Poke it with a stick.
Luca watched as Beck dipped a broken tree branch into the goo.
It's gonna mount the stick, isn't it?
Beck's eyes widened as flowers grew from the dead wood.
Oh! That's exactly the opposite reaction I expected it to have.
First small buds, which quickly bloomed into vibrant petals.
What the? Cool!
As quickly as they had grown, the flowers began to shrivel and turn gray. Beck dropped the stick with a grunt of disgust.
Okay. So the science tells us this gunk is weird as hell.
Yeah, it seems dangerous.
Hey Tish, look what the cat dragged in.
Yep. I don't have time for this right now, Iggy.
Ah, don't say things like that. It hurts Tish's feelings. Ain't that right, Tish?
Yep. She looks fine to me.
Why, hello. I don't think we have been properly introduced. Iggy's the name. This is my compatriot Tish.
Yep.
You've probably heard of us.
Can't say I have.
I'll forgive you just this once, on account of you being new around here. Why would you hang around with this dud?
Oh,
He seems pretty alright.
Iggy, why'd you have to be so... you?
Has he even told you that his parents skipped out on him?
Shut up.
It's true. They got tired of having such a pathetic kid and left him.
Iggy, I'm only gonna say this one time. Don't talk about my family.
Well, look, he's grown a backbone now that a girl's around. First he pops quotes. Then his mum finally couldn't take it anymore and bounced.
Well,
Iggy took a step towards Luca, his sneer lit by the glowing puddle. Beck could see tears welling in Luca's eyes, his fists clenched. Some things about Beacon Pines were very different from the city, but a bully from a hayseed town is really no different from a city bully. Beck took a deep breath and thought.
wow, time to bust out the... Wait, where's my fight? You know what? Let's bust out the strange.
Well, time to bust out the strange.
Alright, Luca. Looks like you need a little mud bath. What's wrong with you, new kid? We're about to pound your friend.
Beck stared in silence, the only sign of life being the twitch of an eye.
It's weird when people don't talk.
Yup.
Stop being a weirdo. Hello? Are you some kind of wackadoo? Makes sense. Wackadoos travel in packs, eh, Dud?
At the sight of Iggy taunting Beck, something in Luca snapped. Iggy's smirk shifted to a look of shock as Luca launched himself into his stomach.
Ah!
Iggy's clothes were drenched in the glowing ooze.
That's probably not gonna end well for him.
You jerk! My clothes are ruined! I'm gonna...
Iggy's voice began to slur as he struggled to get up.
Well, I found a struggle then. Have I just killed Iggy?
I don't feel so good. Have...
I'm sorry, I just...
Oh, crap!
Yup. Oh, I am so getting in trouble for this. Maybe we should follow Iggy, huh? Doesn't seem that anything else for us to do.
That was intense.
Iggy's gonna be okay, right?
Nothing about this seems
The
okay.
person at the warehouse. This strange ooze and what it did to Iggy. Was Rollo caught up in all of this?
We have to find Rolo.
You took the words out of my mouth.
No, it doesn't seem to be anywhere to go that way. I can't jump the ooze. Whoa there, little buddies. You startled me. What the dickens are you up to in this part of town?
We were just helping look for Rolo.
Oh, haven't you heard the good news? Rolo showed up, safe and sound, a bit ago.
Really? So where was he?
It's funny, really. He just got a little turn around in the woods. They can be disorientating, you know.
I am starting to get that impression.
I don't think I trust him. Rolo's at his house now, getting some well-deserved rest.
Well, that's a relief.
You two should scurry along before you get lost yourselves.
Yeah, come on back. Can't wait to introduce you to Rolo.
Oh, that reminds me. Luca, your grandmother was looking for you.
She was?
She was worried sick. You should march straight home.
I guess.
Beck, your folks might be getting worried too. I'll walk you home. I need to talk with Nellie about work anyway.
Beck glanced toward Luca.
I guess all's well that ends well.
I'll introduce you to Rolo tomorrow. Sure. Glad he's okay.
Rolo was safe. A wave of relief washed over Luca, which was quickly replaced by a sense of dread. Gran is going to kill me. If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown. Chapter 4. Our harvest awaits. Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
Gran, I'm home. Everything's fine. Gran? Where the hell did you go? Maybe the garden again? Gran? I know I wasn't supposed to go anywhere. I was just helping look for Rolo. Not out here. Good news, I didn't leave the fridge open. Roxy came over. She was worried about him. So I figured you wouldn't mind if I helped look for him. It turns out Rolo is safe and sound. Gran, are you not here?
Luca was alone. The house was empty.
So Gran's not back yet. I guess that's a good thing. Nothing to do now but sleep, I guess.
Luca was sitting by the pond, listening to small waves lap against a rock. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning, he spoke. "Why don't you grab me some nice bait?" "Sure thing, Dad." Luca hopped over to the tackle box and popped open the lid. Inside was a rolling, buzzing mass. "We're fishing with bees?" Luca's father gave a warm chuckle. "Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey. Pick us out a good one." Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee. He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb. Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work. "Interesting choice." With a practiced flick of the wrist, the line buzzed in a graceful arc. The water accepted it without a splash or ripple. The wrong choice, but I respect it. The pond began to freeze over. Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right. Pallid ice propagated across the still surface with an alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground beneath him turned cold. "Dad, I don't understand." "Sorry, kiddo. Understanding isn't always part of the deal." The relentless ice shot through the fishing line toward his father. "Dad, look out!" His father casually wound the reel. "None of it's your fault, you know. Never was." "Dad, we have to go!" Luca grabbed his father's shoulders, trying to pull him away. "Please, you have to run!" The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. "That's the thing about fishing, Luca." His chest began to crystallize. You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out. A shock of searing cold ran up Luca's arms. He gave one last desperate tug. The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass. Luca tried to stop the momentum, but it was too late. He watched the icy form of his father slam into the hard ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet. "Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean?" The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply.
Well, since we got tucked in, I'm guessing Gran did come home then.
Luca's eyes struggled to focus on the walkie-talkie.
Rolo?
Faintly, he could hear Rolo amongst the noise.
Luca! Rolo, is that you? Luca! There? Rolo, it's the middle of the night. Luca, thank God! Listen, I don't know how long this thing will work down here. Wait, down here? Oh, Rolo's not back, is he? Down here?
Rolo's voice was coming through more clearly now, but some words were still just static.
Listen to me. Someone grabbed me yesterday. What? The man in the hazmat suit. It took me to some sort of... I think I'm underground. Underground? Are you okay? Kinda. They seem more interested in, for now at least. Mr. Kerr said you made it back home safe. Kerr? No! Trust! He is... Hold on, someone's
The
coming!
signal went silent.
Kerr's a part of it, isn't he? Volo? Volo, where are you?
Luca held still, waiting for a response, his pounding heartbeat marking the passage of time.
Okay, I think they're gone. Getting worse. I can barely hear you.
Lolo's voice began to fade.
Losing signal. Not much time. Mission control. You need to... The treehouse. The treehouse.
With that, the signal died for good.
What was he trying to say about the treehouse? What's at the treehouse? The antenna. He wants me to use the antenna in the treehouse to get a better signal. Volo, you're a genius.
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse.
Okay, so hook up the walkie-talkie to the radio. I'm kind of surprised we didn't get locked in.
Luca heard a group of footsteps approaching. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted.
Oh, grandmother.
So, we all understand our roles.
You can count on me. I still think we need more time. This wasn't the original plan.
Mr. Tolliver paused, shifting his eyes to one side.
We're all in danger now.
I, for one, refuse to sit idly by while the danger persists.
Hiram, you just keep your wits about you.
Mr. Tolliver took one long, quiet breath.
You're right. You can count on me. I just wish we could have made the deal with MS Valentine. Her resources would have still come in handy.
As I said, I had no time to contact her after your call this morning.
Plans change. How is Luca holding up?
He's fine.
We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this is all.
I know very well what all of this is for. We have no choice. Operation Sparkplug has a new objective. We are in agreement.
The three shared a determined look.
Good. We'll reconvene after the festival.
Now just what are you guys up to? I get the feeling I should probably trust them. I mean, it's a bit sketchy what they're doing, but I have a feeling they're probably trying to protect us. Gran, why are you meeting Mrs. Fratelli and Mr. Tolliver late at night?
Hey, Luca.
Ah! Dawn, you scared me. How long have you been there?
Oh, just a few minutes. Earlier today, I saw Mr. Tolliver and your Gran enter the diner together. When my shift at the newsstand was over, they still hadn't left. So, I used greatest tool of any investigative reporter. Time. When they left, I tailed them here.
What do you think they're up to?
Whatever it is, they seem organized and determined.
They mentioned the festival.
Yeah, I heard that too. Has your Gran been doing anything different recently? Anything strange?
She got a phone call this morning and rushed out the door.
A call from Hiram Tolliver, it seems.
So she was either furious or terrified. Or both.
Luca, be careful out there. I think think we might be in the middle of a scoop of a lifetime.
I will. Aren't you coming out?
Nah, I'm gonna stake out here for a bit longer. See you later.
I appreciate your support there. Do I want to avoid detection? Nah, why not? Speak to them. I did it. I changed the sign. Splendid. Did anyone see you? I don't believe so. You were right. It was simple enough to rearrange the letters. Odd choice for Frank, though. In situations such as these, odd is
The
good.
two boys shared a mischievous grin.
Can't wait to see everyone to see the big reveal. It should be quite memorable. Let's make ourselves scarce for now. Oh, it's gonna have to do with the sign. Most likely, right? Okay, treehouse should be here. There we go. That seems connected now. Rolo? Rolo, are you there? I'm at the treehouse now, Rolo. Mr. Kerr said you were all right. What happened out there? Dang it, Rolo, where are you? Is that gonna end up being back? Who's there?
Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket.
I've got weapons in here, so you'd better come out right
He
now.
strained to hear as a muffled voice began.
That's definitely back. Weapons? How could you hurt something that's already dead?
Fear gripped Luca's throat.
Who are you? What? You don't recognize me? I guess I don't even recognize myself anymore.
Luca stared at the ground for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca.
Oh. Oh, hi.
I'm a monster. And now they hunt me like the beast I am.
Iggy.
Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger.
Don't touch me. This is all your fault.
Luca slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I lost control.
So you couldn't control yourself for a second? And I get to be like this forever.
There must be a way to fix this.
Oh, you're gonna be my savior? Perfect little Luca saves the day. With his positive attitude and power of friendship. None of this matters. There's no time. They're after me. They chased me all through Weep Wood. I only came in here to hide.
Hide from who? Who's after you?
Luca!
Luca! Rolo! It's not safe, Luca. Rolo, where are you? The treehouse! I'm at the treehouse, Rolo. Where are you? No, Luca! The treehouse isn't safe. They said they were going to the treehouse. I was trying to tell you to stay away from the treehouse. Who says they're going to the treehouse? The clipboards.
What did I tell you? Those perennial harvest wackadoos are after me. They've been chasing me, yelling questions at me.
What sort of questions?
They were saying the same stuff they always do. But it's different now. Less asking, more threatening.
We're gonna figure this out, Iggy.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Hello? Is anyone present in this arboreal domicile?
Crap, they found me.
Luca, what's happening? Don't panic. You stay here and I'll see what they want. Oh, there's a lot of you. Hello, Mr. Van Horn. We would love to hear your thoughts. Do you have time for an informal chat? We will be brief. Your time is valuable to us.
Be down in a second.
Of course. We have a problem. Luca, you gotta get out of there.
Who's out there? Is it them?
Yeah, it's the clipboards. A bunch of them.
How many?
Maybe all of them? And yeah, you were right. They were saying the same stuff. With the creepy knob cramped to 10. Might young Iggy be present? We would love to hear his thoughts. Run!
He slumped to his knees.
I don't know what to do. I'm just so tired. Luca, what do we do?
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window.
Follow my lead.
Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC, the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on his face.
Iggy, there you are. You gave all of us a heck of a scare.
Go away, just leave me alone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Iggy, but no can do. Don't worry though, we're here to help.
How? Then why were you chasing me?
Luca, can you talk some sense into your pal here? Just look at him. He is not well.
What's wrong with him? What did that gunk do to him?
Well, that's a pretty big question. Luca, all you need to know is that he's sick. He's real sick, Luca. I just need you to let us up there and take care of him. You told me Rollo was okay, that he was back at his place resting. He is. Poor fella just got a little lost.
That's a lie.
That is a hurtful thing to say, Luca. I thought we were buddies.
Why? Because he lets you ramble on like a wackadoo? Nobody likes you, you creep.
Kerr's smile faltered.
Why don't you pop on down here so we can have a face-to-face? Yelling like this is gonna give us all a heck of a sore throat. And who wants that?
Luca's grip tightened on the MCDC.
What did you do to Rollo? You liar! Well, shucks, Luca. The only teeny tiny fib I told you was that he was at home. He is resting, and he is perfectly safe. For now, at least. What happens to him next is up to you, Luca. Look around. You're in Quest the Pickle, and I am the only person in the whole wide world who can help you. You get to decide how this ends.
Luca's mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? He wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca?
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. We fight.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. He swung the Mission Control Defense Cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr.
Hey, Mr. Kerr.
Luca summoned his most insolent demeanor.
Rollo sends his regards. Oh. Well, that didn't quite work out. Hey, that was uncalled for. More than a little rude. And just plain unsanitary. Luca, I really did think we were good pals. What a shame that it's come to this.
Kerr turned his back on the two boys.
And this.
With a nonchalant wave of the hand, he made his exit. As the clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes. The end.
Oh, damn. I wonder if there was something I could have used then instead of firing the cannon.
That escalated quickly. Maybe discretion was the better part of valor here. Let's put a pin in this for now.
So yeah, for now that's the end of the route. I think it can probably go up a little bit more, right? I just need to find the correct symbol. Simi? Oh, maybe if I never affect Iggy, that would be a good plan to do. Or we can struggle. I don't want to see what struggle's going to be. We'll do that one. Okay, so let's try and struggle instead.
This is a story about struggle. Luca could hear a machine humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile? He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter 3.
Interesting. And I destroyed his mask, it seems.
Everything's fine. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
I finished jarring a mess of jam last night.
Uh-huh.
So, that'll need to get delivered into town today.
Okay.
So, what did you and Rolo get up to yesterday?
Oh, Rolo had things to do, so I just sort of poked around town.
I've set the jam down by the front door. There's 2 batches to drop off. One for Mr. Tolliver at the Bag and Wag. Another for Mrs. Fratelli at the diner.
Oh, I actually know a delivery boy. Oh, and Mr. Nuncreed? He said he wanted some more.
I suspected as much. Yes, he seems to have taken a particular interest in my jam. There are some extras in the basket for the enthusiastic gentleman. Just make sure Fratelli and Tolliver get the ones on top.
No problem.
Off with you now, while the day is still young.
So, why do they need to get those specific jars? What are you hiding, grandmother?
Hello, it's Juniper Hartford. Before you hang up, just hear me out. I have a business proposition. The simple matter is we both have the same problem that needs solving. Very well. We can meet tonight.
Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I shouldn't trust grandmother. Well, I'll just take this with me. Bye-bye now. Okay. Sorry about yesterday. Roxy can be so annoying. But good news, no more boring chores for me today. Did you make it to the old Valentine warehouse? So, what did you find? Give me the dirt.
Something happened. There was someone else there.
What? Who was it? Was it aliens? I knew it would be aliens.
No.
Zombies?
No.
Alien zombies. What else could it possibly be?
Rolo, I've got to deliver these into town first. We can catch up after.
Oh, is it a whole thing? It sounds like a whole thing.
Yeah, we shouldn't talk about it here. Meet me at the treehouse tonight?
I'm not sure what this treehouse is that you speak of.
Meet me at Mission Control.
Roger that, Space Cadet. Well, at least Rolo keeps things interesting, right? And to be fair, we don't know for a fact it wasn't zombies. I mean, we didn't exactly see the face. Oh, hi buddy, you okay down there?
Wait! Watch your step!
Oh, sorry.
There was a whole family of beetles here!
They've gone missing. I thought they were just sort of wandered around.
Everyone has a home, Luca. Even beetles!
Luca checked the soles of his sandals.
I think we're okay.
It's weird that they're gone.
Like I told you, poisoned earth.
They went missing when the festival preparations began.
You think the noise scared them away?
Something like that. Just watch where you step, okay?
I don't know, I'm not a massive fan of bugs. I wouldn't be too sad at the end of getting stepped on. Okay, who were we going to again? I think the first one was up here. Ah, the diner is open. I have got your jam.
Well, if it isn't my favorite little jam winner.
Hey, Mrs. Fratelli. Look at
She
you.
leaned forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
You're all skin and bones. Is your gran not feeding you?
She is, it's just...
I understand. You know, I taught your mama how to cook back in the day. You may not even remember, but you and her used to help out in the diner. See that picture over there? That's you helping your mama back in the day. So cute, running around in your little apron taking orders. Ah, the whole situation just breaks my heart. What happened with Eleanor? I've got a feeling she's out there somewhere, yearning to be with you again. Few things in this world can keep a mother from her son.
Luca shifted the basket uncomfortably.
Oh yes, let's see here.
Mrs. Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
Ah, they even have my name on them. How thoughtful.
She carefully lifted out her jars of jam.
You tell your gran hello for me, Luca.
Will do. Nice. I am 1/3 of the way through my job. How you doing, buddy? You can't have any jam, but if I could just be left alone, younger Mr. Van Horn. Oh, sure. Sorry to bother you. It's just that Mr. Kerr has asked me to make the opening speech at the festival. Being mayor and all, you might expect me to be a charismatic speaker. The truth is, I'm terribly nervous. I really don't think I'm cut out for this sort of thing.
Cut out for being mayor or for public speaking?
Both, I suppose. I never really chose any of this. It's more of a duty to my family, for our legacy.
That sounds like a heavy burden. As for the festival, just speak from your heart. I'm sure it'll be great.
There we go. See, I'm a great motivational speaker. Now where's this picture of my mother?
Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner. Memories of that day came flooding back.
Oh, it's very busy in here. Mother, is that you?
I'm ready to help, Mama.
All right, little buckaroo. It's up to us to feed these folks while Mrs. Fratelli is away. I've got to deal with the inventory before I can start cooking. Do you think you can handle taking some orders in the meantime?
Yes, Mama.
You know, I just noticed, in this memory and our memory of our father, neither of them look at us, or at least look at the camera.
Hiya, Roxy.
Luca?
I'm helping.
Wow! Hopefully your work ethic will rub off on Volo.
What can I get you?
I'm not really feeling like a burger. How about a chicken sandwich with bacon on top?
Coming right up.
Oh, gotta go put the order in. I can do this. Look at me go, Mother. Oh, I'm actually making the sandwich. I mean, which one's chicken? There's the chicken tender. Chicken sandwich with bacon, right? We'll have the indulgence. There you go. I'm sure you're gonna love it.
Here you go. I call it the Love Me Tenders.
Nice. I wonder if I've actually got all of the character traits to be able to do this.
Aren't you a little young to be waiting tables? I'm just helping out. Ah, my father had me hustling when I was your age as well. Father always says, children are to be sails, pulling a family ever forward. That doesn't sound very fun. There's plenty of time for fun. For instance, Father and I always make time to have lunch together once a month.
Luca glanced at the empty seat across from Gus.
Should I come back?
Oh, no. It turns out Father was too busy to have lunch today. I'll just go ahead and eat alone.
Oh.
The silver lining is, without him around, I can have my usual. A nice stack of cold cuts topped with a pile of sloppy chili. I can do that, I assume? Okay, so cold cuts. That's gonna be chill, right? I mean, I swear to God, if someone asks me to put candy on their sandwich, I'm gonna judge you incredibly. And then... Oh, is it gonna be chill again? That one looks like the chili, right? Yep, I had the sloppy sound. And you get a complimentary milkshake. Enjoy! Here you go. Cold cuts with steaming hot chili on top. I call it the hot and cold. That's perfect. Thank you.
Gadoinks. They've shrunk the waitstaff.
Jeff slapped the table and gave Luca a toothy grin.
How's your pops doing?
He's been pretty busy these days.
I know the feeling. Tell him that fish and rod he ordered should be ready next week, will ya?
Sure thing.
I've been in the mood for something sweet.
Oh, you're the one that I'm gonna judge for affinity.
You got a burger that can satisfy a sweet tooth?
A sweet burger?
Yeah, and to top it off, with some grilled cactus.
Grilled cactus?
The hard one's what it wants.
And the heart will be judged and found wanting. This is gonna be foul, but I hope you enjoy it. Can I reach you from here? Oh, I have to walk out regardless. Here's your order. I call it the sweet and stabby. I call it an abomination, thank you very much.
Ha! Now that's a burger with a bite.
Mother, I have successfully fed people. Are you proud of me?
Looks like we're missing a few things. Why don't you run out and grab some more ingredients?
Okay, I'll be back. Oh wait, so did it only ask me to feed the people I actually could right now? I'll be back later. Oh, are you sleeping? Hey, Dawn.
Hey, Luca. What's up?
Dawn had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter. At night, she searched for the story that could be her big break. By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
They got you on jam delivery, eh?
Yep. Hey, Dawn, have you noticed anything weird around town lately?
What sort of weird things?
Stuff going on at the old Valentine building.
You might say I've heard some things. I'm working on a story about it right now.
So, what's going on?
Can't quite say. Still, need to follow up on a few leads.
Keep me in the loop, okay?
Sure thing. Have you seen the new kid around yet?
New kid?
Yeah, came in from the big city. Her parents both got jobs here. But get this, one of them is working for William Kerr and Perennial Harvest. And the other is working for Heiress Valentine.
And?
The Valentines represent Beacon Pines' past. Perennial Harvest has positioned itself as this town's future. Must make for some interesting dinner table conversations.
I can imagine. So what I'm hearing is that I shouldn't trust the new people. Mr. Wilder, I trust you have time to chat.
Heiress Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and heir to the Valentine fortune, had a way of making questions seem like demands.
Certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Mr. Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Heiress, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
I couldn't help but notice that the front page of this morning's paper was consumed with stories about this silly festival. Well, yeah, that is the news of the day. But there was no mention of the museum, nor the foundation through which it was endowed. I'm sorry, Miss Valentine. My readers are more so interested in this town's future, rather than any one family in particular. There was a time, Mr. Wilder, when the goings-on of my family was the only thing this town cared about. Well, things change, ma'am. And you know, change is dangerous. If you finish that thought, I will make that monocle a permanent fixture of your autonomy. My apologies. Good day, Miss Valentine. Did I give you the impression this conversation was finished?
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
Well, good day, Mr. Wilder. Well, that was entertaining. You guys seem like you had a good time. So the next basket of jam... Where am I taking it to again? Oh, is it you?
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
Hello? Ah!
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell.
Oh, sorry. Ah, no bother, no bother.
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I see you had something for me. Yeah, Gran had some jam I'm supposed to give you.
He leaned in a bit further.
Jam? Yeah, these ones on top. She wrote your name on them.
Mr. Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear.
Ah, yes! The jam! Thank you so much for delivering this jam to me.
He reached forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
What the? How did I just give to her? Because it surely wasn't jam. I should put it on in my store shelves post-haste. Okay, I should finish my deliveries. Of course. Of course.
He leaned in for a final whisper.
Of course. You are one weird man, Mr. Tolliver. I'm gonna touch the watermelon. Yeah, you watching me? Oh. Haha! That's what you get.
How'd you keep the ice cream cold?
We keep them on ice.
Where do you get the ice from?
I dunno. Somewhere cold?
How do they keep somewhere cold?
Look, Bert, do you want some ice cream or not?
Nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just being annoying for the sake of it. Anger from the past, mistakes not yet made, and a glimmering hope for the future. He carried them all in equal parts, everywhere he went. Oh heavens, what a burden to bear! You really have enthralled in that book. Oh, but I'm not allowed to speak to you. That's fine, I've got jam to be delivering anyway. Here we go. I wonder how I'm doing on the character trait cards though. I don't feel like I've really missed anything. Wait, has there anything changed in the library? Nah, it looks the same. Hi, Betty. I brought you some jam. Got some jam for you, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, you seem chipper. Well, aside from being on delivery duty, it's a nice day.
Mr. Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
I suppose it is. So, do you want your jam? Oh, right. Usually Juniper drops those off herself. I guess she's busy today. Anyway, this is my last delivery for the day. Oh, in that case,
Nuncreed snatched the basket from Luca.
I'll hold on to the basket until the next time I see your gran. I suppose it saves me from taking it home. Oh, hi, Bex.
Hey, you! Anchovies or pineapple?
Can I say ew to both? What?
Don't think. Just answer.
Pineapple? Why?
How old are you?
12?
Perfect. Follow me.
Who are you?
Anyone ever tell you ask too many questions? Just try to keep up, okay?
I didn't manage to keep up. What just happened? Oh! Apparently I'm easily convinced to do things.
Hey, what a crazy coincidence. Here's my new friend I was just telling you about. Oh, it's wonderful. Yep, we just hit it off.
Oh, really?
Get this. His favorite pizza topping in the whole world is pineapple.
Oh,
And what is your new little friend's name?
Beck locked eyes with Luca. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Luca Van Horn. Nice to meet you.
I'm Nellie, and this is Alana.
We're Beck's parents.
Beck gave Luca a quick nudge.
Oh, yeah. Beck told me all about you.
Already feels like we've known each other for years. So, you both can stop obsessing about me making friends. Oh, darling, we never doubted you. It's just that, for children with fewer than 5 close friends, the probability of a stunted development doubles. Well, 1 down, 4 to go, I guess. What Nellie means is that we just want this move to be as easy on you as possible. You can relax. A friend has been friended. This calls for celebration. Luca, you must join us for dinner tonight.
Dinner?
Wow, another coincidence. I actually already asked him and he said he would love to.
It's just...
Wonderful. In that case, we should pick up some groceries. You two don't get into too much trouble now.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Thanks a ton. You're welcome.
I owe you one. My mums are great and all, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Our house is the little cottage next to the big mansion place. Oh, the cute little building that we saw earlier, right?
Wait, you live on the Valentine estate?
Yeah, that's the spot. Meet me by that big creepy gate. Don't be late. Or I'm back to square one on this whole friend grift. Great, see you there.
Wait, I don't think you gave me a time.
Well, I suppose I'll just...
Turn up when I turn up. I don't think there's anywhere else for us to go right now, so we might as well just head over now. Yeah, that'll be fine. Oh, it's you. The one that likes the abomination burger. Good morning, Jeff.
What's so good about it? Another day further down the tubes, if you ask me.
Oh, come on now, it's not all bad. The festival is coming up.
The festival. Old man Valentine used to put on cockamine shindigs all the time. And where did that get us?
Well, it's Perennial Harvest putting on this one. And they're doing it for the whole town.
As far as I can see it, the difference between the old Valentine Company and this new Perennial Harvest outfit
Jeff dug through his pockets for a bit.
is the difference between this empty soup can and this brown banana.
But both of those are garbage.
Exactly.
Well, it was fun speaking to you, Jeff. You're rather cynical, huh? Anyway, I have got a dinner to get to. Maybe I should have mentioned it to my gran. Oh, there, little buddy. What brings you to this neck of the woods? I believe I took a wrong turn, and this time I'm being genuine. Oh, I was just wandering around a bit. Wandering? How wonderful! Children and their wonderful wandering. Oh, to be young. Anyways, I can't let you pass just now. Top secret business that away.
Mr. Kerr winked with a wry smile.
Ah, I'm just yanking your chain. Perennial Harvest is just making a few improvements. You're dumping toxic waste, aren't you?
He gave Luca an energetic thump on the shoulder.
Better head home now. Our harvest awaits. Huh. Well, that was a bit creepy. Hello.
So, who all lived in that house?
Eris and Gus Valentine grew up there. And Solomon moved in a few years back.
The creepy little kid in the vest?
That sounds like the one.
So, just 3 people live in that huge thing. I bet a bunch of shady stuff happens all the time in that place.
Not really. The Valentines pretty much keep to themselves.
So it's empty and boring.
Pretty much.
What a waste.
My mum says that it used to be way busier, back before Sharper died. Before the foul harvest.
Okay. That's like the 5th time someone mentioned this foul harvest thing. And you all use that same ominous tone. Eventually, you're going to explain to me how that harvest got all fouled up. But we can't keep my parents waiting anymore. This way.
Still as adorable as ever.
Most kids would have just ditched me by this point. Why are you still here?
You look like you could use some help.
You know what, Luca? You're not so bad. Let's get through this as simple as possible. Just eat, smile, and nod.
Fun.
Great. Whatever you do, don't bring up their work.
I think I can handle that.
Beck took a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
Here goes nothing.
Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills. Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love, couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
So, Luca, tell us a bit about yourself.
Where do you live?
Oh, I live with my grandmother. Over on the other side of the river.
Your grandma? Where are your parents at?
Beck, manners. It's alright. My dad passed away in an accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back. Is our dad gonna be in that suit?
Oh dear.
My mum's been missing for a few months now.
Like, missing?
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Luca, how did you like the pizza?
Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally, we'd have put more effort into dinner.
Ilona nervously gestured toward the boxes.
We aren't fully settled in, and Beck had mentioned that it's your favorite.
I'm sorry, are we just skipping the part where he said his mom was missing?
Beck! I'm sorry, Luca. This move has us all a little tired.
Luca wiped his face with his sleeve.
No, it's fine. So, Beck said that you moved here for work?
Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the table.
Oh! I mean, what brought you here to Bacon Pines? Oh, you were right the first time. We're here for work. Nanny won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist.
I don't know about brilliant, but I do love it.
She's brilliant. Perennial Harvest just made her their newest lead researcher of deep engineering. Wait, wasn't that the job description of the body we found? Well, we now know why you were hired.
She makes it sound more impressive than it is. I'm just happy that I get to make a difference in the world. Perennial Harvest is at the forefront of evolving agriculture into something more useful than sprinkling water and excrement on the ground.
Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
What Nellie means, Luca, is that there are different ways to grow plants.
Yes, some people talk to their plants and hope for the best.
And some people happily leave their job to allow a loved one to pursue their dream.
You swore you didn't!
Beck slammed her fist into the table.
Ah, so this is why we don't mention work then.
Perhaps harder than she intended.
Hey, Luca, how about some dessert? I actually have to meet my friend Rolo soon.
Luca glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like there's a storm brewing. I should get going. Oh, I didn't think there was any rain in the almanac. Yeah, almanacs aren't that useful around here.
Luca wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Thank you all for the pizza. It was really good. See you at the festival, Beck?
Wait up!
I'll walk you home.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rolo could be prickly around new people. But Beck seemed cool. Rolo would warm up to her eventually. Probably.
Luca began to respond. but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to... Oh, they're definitely gonna rumble, right? Rumble!
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
You sure we can make it home before the storm kicks off?
Luca surveyed the roiling clouds.
I'd say the odds are good. Maybe you should stay here and I'll just make a break for it.
At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Oh, well, we didn't make it for the rain. Care to recalculate those odds?
Hurry inside, you two, before you catch cold. Luca and Nelly will keep trying to reach your gran on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold on tight. Sorry, not much to do up here. Most of my stuff is still in the boxes.
Mind if I poke around?
Be my guest.
Okay, what things have you got here? Oh, you got a microscope.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
This looks weird. What is it?
Gum.
Gum.
Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking the structural integrity of gum with increasing amounts of chewing. Chewed that one for 47 days.
Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
It's weird, I know.
Beck looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
You think it's weird, don't you?
It's pretty cool. I mean, pretty gross. I'm not gonna touch it again, but you're good. A little, but weird can be cool. What about your radio, huh? Oh, wow! Rolo and I have a radio just like this at the treehouse.
Probably not exactly like this one. My mum and I tore the whole thing down to the bolts. Fitted it with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes.
She seems pretty awesome.
She gets carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. So when she does have time for me, she shows me with high-tech overcompensation.
Luca flicked at one of the toggles.
I bet you can get all sorts of stations on this.
Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could pick up back in the city. But around here, it's all farm reports and static.
Aw, shucks.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
Ooh. I really hope the pungent isn't needed for our diner.
He flipped open the attached card.
Happy trails from Coach Walker and all of Fairview Condors.
Boy, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh?
Oh, sorry. Was this from your old school?
The most recent one, yeah. Some schools gave me going away cards. Some did flowers. When they're really trying to feel good about themselves, they do both.
So you moved a lot?
Yeah, that's the thing with having a brilliant parent. There's always a better job somewhere else.
These flowers would last longer if you put them in some water.
That's the sort of thing I would do if I cared.
Well, you cared enough to keep them is all.
Luca, can I ask you something?
Of course. Nice reflexes. Dang, didn't that hurt?
I'll be honest. That hurt more than I expected.
Well, at least you look cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
Do you ever feel alone? Like, even when people are around?
Well, Rolo can be pretty absent-minded sometimes.
I'm serious. Does it ever feel like your family doesn't care what you'd want?
I didn't used to feel that way. I know Gren loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, it's like she's not looking at a problem.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How do you deal with that?
I guess I haven't yet. But one thing my dad told me when I was little, don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. If you try to hold it all in, you're gonna pop.
So then, what do you do when you don't know what to do?
Dad never got to that part. Something I figured out on my own though. You gotta do something. Anything. Here.
What are you doing?
I don't know. Something. We're gonna register our complaints with the storm. Listen here, you miserable universe. Stop jerking me around. I just want things to go back to the way they were. Everyone tells me it's gonna be alright. That things are gonna change.
Luca let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw this town.
Wow. Let me try. Moving sucks. I hate it. I hate that I hate it. Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Why can't we just stay somewhere? Ah!
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
I just want to be a normal kid.
Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
There. Wow. I actually feel a little better.
As abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
Thanks. I needed that.
Me too. I should head out before the rain starts up again.
Sure, I'll walk you out. See you and Rolo at the festival?
Sounds good.
Luca, don't let the universe jerk you around.
Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with a hard rain's residue. The smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
Oh, do we reckon Rollo's gonna be upset with us then for adding Beck to the group? Oh, hi there. Hey, Dawn. Tracking down a lead?
You bet. I heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a peculiar last will and testament.
Peculiar how?
He didn't just give his kids an inheritance. There were conditions.
Like what?
The document stipulated that Eris had to take on a child as a ward. A kid our age who just showed up to town one night as a lawyer.
Solomon.
Bingo.
So Eris was forced to take care of him.
Yep. Or she would have lost everything.
Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid?
Rumor has it, old Sharper sowed some wild oats.
That explains the way Eris treats him. Poor Solomon. How did you find out all of this?
A good reporter never reveals her source, Luca.
Have we met Solomon? Also, is this still blocked off? I'd better not dilly-dally. Gotta get to the treehouse. No problem, I can do that. The entire town is sleeping. Also, you haven't fixed your banners yet. Oh, you're You're still there just reading? I take it back, you're not dedicated, you're obsessed. Wait, where is my treehouse again? I've definitely gone the wrong way. Excuse me, what are you doing?
Just locking up for the night, sir.
Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule.
Not exactly, sir. The storm set us back a bit, and it's getting late, so we all decided to...
You all decided?
Yes, sir.
I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We are all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in creating a better future. Yes?
Yes, sir. Very much, sir.
Do you want to be the one to tell this town that we failed them?
No.
That we gave up because there was a little rainstorm and we all got sleepy?
Of course not, sir.
Good. Then it's decided.
Yes, sir. We'll work till the task is done.
See that you do.
Our harvest awaits.
You know what? I don't think I want to work for you. You seem like an awful boss. I don't get the feeling you don't even pay them overtime. Rolo, are you still up there? I'm sorry. Rolo isn't accepting visitors at the moment. Come back. Never.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
You're upset. Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason. I didn't abandon you. I'm just a little late.
Rollo scoffed.
The rain held me up. Liar! You weren't even home. What? The storm got bad and I got worried. So I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house and you weren't there. I hadn't made it back yet. I'm not a fool, Luca. It doesn't take all day to deliver some jam. No, That storm rolled in out of nowhere, and I got stuck after dinner at Beck's.
Luca stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Beck? Dinner? What the heck is a Beck? She's a new kid in town. She's actually kinda cool. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she'd made new friends. New friends? I spent all day waiting for you, and you were off making new friends? That's a little bit possessive, don't you think? She could be your new friend too. It's not like that, Rolo. You know, while I was waiting, I made some upgrades to mission control. I was gonna be a surprise, but you took so long, the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship. What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course I care, you ass. I knew it. I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you. But I kept my word. 'Cause that's what friends do. Oh, wow. What a noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say. Your grand doesn't even care. You can stay out as long as you want. Oof, Rolo, that was a low blow. You essentially said, you just essentially mocked the fact we had no parents, right? Oh, damn it, Rolo. And you wouldn't even get in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I chose this. If that's what you think, then maybe you're the bad friend.
Rolo's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pa is right. Storm brings more than water. This one brought out the real Luca. Stop quoting your past nonsense like it means anything. Yeah, well, at least my power is still around. Oh, there it is. Yep, we saw that come in.
The words hung in the cold night air. Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line.
Oof.
But it was too late.
Luca, Good night, Rollo. Dang it. Well, apparently the drama's not between Rollo and Beck in the end. I feel like we should just take a nap properly, right? Oh, wait, what was that?
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
Oh, well, I guess I got a ball now. Rollo, what a jerk! Can I get my ball back? It's kind of stuck in Gran's bed. There it goes. Call me a bad friend? Oh, I'm Rollo. Look at me and my amazing family. I'm definitely going to break something, aren't I? Is there something I need to aim for? Oh, maybe it's just bedtime. I guess I'm just never supposed to make new friends. Aww. Kids are vicious. Luca?
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
You slept straight through breakfast. Luca, are you alright?
I'm fine. I just don't feel like getting up yet.
Okay, I'll leave the oatmeal by the door. I've got to run out and take care of some things.
Okay,
I'll be back later to check in.
sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
Maybe we could go kick around that ball for a little while longer. I bet Rollo's still going to the festival. He's gonna be miserable. I feel like we should get our food. If Rollo thinks I'm still going to the festival with him, he can shove it. Do I want to see if I've got any other toys? Nope. Oh, back to bed?
Luca dozed off again.
Luca, I see you didn't eat your oatmeal.
Wasn't hungry.
Well, just in case you get hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here too.
Thanks.
Volo came by.
What did he say?
He wanted to talk to you.
What did you say?
I told him you weren't feeling well.
Good.
So, your plan is to just sit in your room all day?
Pretty much.
Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. If you decide to end this pity party and go outside, I think it'll do you some good.
Noted.
Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
That doesn't sound fun. We should just go back to bed, right? Kick the ball around. There's never anything interesting at the festival anyway. Oh, that's what I've got to aim for. Okay, I can do this. Ready? Just a big long shot. That was nowhere near. Wait, come on. We've got to kick the thing up there. Go. That was pretty close, right? Come on, we can get... You're not going in the position that I want you to go. I just need to give you a big... Okay, you're going the opposite directions now. Maybe that's a good position. Can I just, like, tap it slightly? No, it's always big kicks. There's no way around it. I know you want me to kick the ball up there. Oh, maybe it's... Wait, okay. Go. That's it.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
The complete first volume.
Luca carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rollo had received it for his birthday. A special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind, but it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca?
Another little friend came to see you. A girl named Beck Maudel. She said you met yesterday.
What did she say? Is she here?
She was just dropping by. I told her you were taking visitors today.
Oh,
She seems nice.
yeah.
You had a fight with Rollo, didn't you? Can I come in?
Maybe later.
All right then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table, in case you want a bite before bedtime.
Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source? Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame, see? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them. Not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him. Older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar.
I still maintain that could be our father. I mean, did we actually see his dead body?
As if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror, the doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face. And all it got me was this. Lucas staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin.
Wait. So I can actually choose a path that's going to end up with me becoming hazmat? I'm assuming this game doesn't have, like, time paradoxes in it, does it?
Welp, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames in a flash of cold light. He was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom?
No, dear. It's It's only Gran.
Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his gran came into focus.
How are you feeling?
Fine.
Anything you want to talk about?
I don't feel like talking.
That's just as well. How about you sit there and listen a bit? Whatever you and Volo thought about doesn't matter.
But he...
Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Fights between friends happen. What was said doesn't matter.
I don't know if that's entirely true. I mean, I get it. Like, you say in the heat of the moment you don't mean it, but as soon as you attack, like, those most vulnerable points, that trust is gone. Like, if I tell my friends something, not necessarily confident, but something that was important to me, like my parents died and it upsets me, and they use that to attack me when we were fighting, I'm telling you nothing ever again.
The important thing is that it's not the last thing you ever say to each other.
But he said stuff about Dad.
Well, do you think he meant it?
No, he was just mad.
And did you mean any of the things you said to him?
No,
Good. One must appreciate friends in their best moments and accept them in their worst. Now, get your little butt out of bed. The festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you?
I guess not.
Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with Rolo, doesn't it?
Luca gave a reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologize.
But he is the one that...
What did I just say?
Buy him a corn dog.
That's a good boy. Everything's better with corn dogs. I need to get going now. Got some last-minute festival business to take care of. I'll come find you at the fountain a little after lunch.
All right.
I love you, Luca.
Love you too.
Luca took a deep breath.
Okay.
Chapter 6. Through thick and thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rolo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rolo.
Well, I suppose we can forgive him this time. Oh, wait.
There you are, Luca. Rolo wanted me to tell you something.
What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet.
Roxy, I don't...
It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now I need one from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it.
Okay, a space adventure through, though you needn't buy it. So somewhere quiet. Let's not give me our treehouse though, that seems too easy, right? How goes the beetle hunt? Pretty rotten. I haven't seen so much as an egg survive. And it's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any critters at all. It's like everything that buzzes or skitters just packed up and left. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion at the festival just spooked them. Yeah, maybe that's it. Unique New York, unique New York. Huh? Oh, don't mind me. Just warming up for my big ceremony speech.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limp up the old gab box. You nervous? Oh, heavens no. Well, pick a leg. Give me the gift of the gab. I don't know who Perennial Harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally! The town's still falling apart. The weather's still cruddy. And this season's harvest looks like it's gonna be worse than last year's. You said it! No amount of corporate pandering is gonna change any of that. Exactly! But the lemonade at the drink stand over there does look pretty tasty. But I'm still gonna be mad at them. I'd just rather be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade is all.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Hey Jeff, everything alright?
Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know?
I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't ya?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Well, it was nice pondering with you.
Every single time.
Yep. Oh, nice fireworks.
Wait for it.
Unexplained sound once again noted.
Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones.
I am of the belief, yeah, they're actually clones. I would say androids, but they did try and quit work for the day. This is the first time I've seen this many smiling faces since the foul harvest. I had my doubts about Perennial Harvest, but I must admit, they do put on a nice party. Have you noticed any of this? He met his old friend's eyes and was greeted with nothing but ice-cold anger. Heavens! This is no time for fractured friendships. Yeah, I heard ya. I'm gonna go find my friend. Wait, I meant to say hi to you guys. You guys still working? Hiya, Luca. How's Griffin doing? What? Oh, nothing.
Sorry all became flesh.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Wait, which one was Griffin? I don't remember. Oh well, time to go. Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying.
I wanted to see what all the festival fuss is about.
But I can't help but notice, you still brought your backpack full of books.
Luca, backpacks can carry a lot more than just books.
True. So what you got in there?
Books?
Listen, they said they could carry more than books, not that they would. Luca, did you know that Beacon Pines is actually unincorporated? A lot of people don't know that. Wow, yeah, I didn't know. What's that mean? It means that most public works are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, the water treatment, building regulations. That's great. Census taking, emergency services. Hey, Luca. So, you're done at the library? Huh? Oh, nothing.
Griffin looked away suspiciously.
Oh, you're Griffin. Nothing at all. Wait, the library? I'm gonna pop over there now, I think. I was able to return the perennial harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. Now, will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't going to harm Mr. Curve, is it? All you need to know is that it's for the good of the family. Huh. I don't want to be involved, I think. The library? Somewhere quiet? Oh, that makes sense. Have you got my friend here?
Hey, Luca.
Cato's eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Whoever wants to siphon the first fiddle?
Yep, I used my logic and nothing else. The first?
Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you?
Rolo does go all out, doesn't he?
Cato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
At Planet Farple, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Cato stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you?
No, it's okay. Let me figure it out.
Alright, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. If you decide you want a hint, the offer still stands.
Okay. So, issuing the fifth king. Wait, so is the book... Do I need to find a book down here then?
Luca grabbed the 5 pillars of success from the shelf.
Once you've got a book, you can either bring it here to me, or just grab a different one.
Okay, I don't think it's this one.
Luca grabbed the issue with self-help, a helpful guide, from the shelf.
I mean, it could be that. Is there one to incorporate issue and 5?
Luca grabbed 500 meals for one big pot from the shelf.
No, I don't think it's that one. 1 second, I'll be right there.
Luca grabbed Natural Photography, Volume 5, from the shelf.
Nah, that's not sounding right either.
Luca grabbed The Modern Science of Atomic Radiation from the shelf.
That's got nothing to do with anything.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4, from the shelf.
Oh, so close.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf.
That's the one I wanted.
Ah, you found it!
Cato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rolo's cipher pen. He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it.
Well, apparently he traded Jeff for his purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash.
Oh, Rolo.
Now, let's see here.
Cato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a
He
grift.
continued flipping.
Only found in grub cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Cato looked up.
That's it.
Grift in grub cart? Grift in Griffin. Griffin's grub cart. He wanted me to go to Griffin's snack stand.
Ah, brilliant. I guess you're off then. Good luck on the rest of the scavenger hunt.
Thanks, Kato. Wait, so was he the one with the ice cream stand? I think that's who Griffin was, right? Jesus, Kato. Oh, Rolo, you're making me work for this, huh? Hey, Griffin. Did Rolo call?
Before Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it? Bought and paid for. Enjoy. I thought there was supposed to be a riddle or something.
Luca shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yuck! It's cold. Oh, yeah, that's been sitting here for a while. Rolo wanted me to be sure to give you that one specifically. Well, that's
Meeka
just...
tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Oh, come on!
He shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
A pickle when you need some pep. Near the fountain or the step.
Meeka finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
Oh, this is getting to be a whole thing. You know, you could have gave me that corn dog a lot earlier. Wait, so by the fountain and up a step? So that's gonna be up here, right? Oh, you guys did ask me how Griffin was doing, right? There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. But Rolo owes me one.
Lumi waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task of friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. Okay, takes flight with no wings. Good luck, Luca. Wait, wasn't there... Oh, hi, you're right there. Hey. Hey. Did you find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog? Yeah. Well then, I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you've earned this.
Rolo sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Ooh, you gave me flight. Okay, I forgive you. Thanks. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Dang it, you were supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. No, you've apologized twice before me. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm really sorry. With everything that's happened, with your mum and all, I've always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Rolo, still my turn. I felt like if you needed some new friend to help you, it meant that I wasn't good enough. But that was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk now.
Luca threw himself at Rolo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Rolo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else do you want to do today? We could snoop around and try to find some info about your mom. Snoop where? We could probably sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all the stuff those clipboards write down? What if we get caught? I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait 1 more day. You know, I have been wanting to get some work done on the MCDC and mission control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. When do we want to mention the fact that we actually intended Beck to be both our friends? Yeah, it's fine. We can just easily slip away. Then again, I am rather inconspicuous with all these balloons. Hi, buddy. How you doing? I wonder if I've got any more bait yet. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your gran this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Rolo handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. A letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward, but if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you.
Is this gonna have something to do with the jam you gave to Fratelli and that?
I hope someday you can accept that.
You're not gonna poison the town, are you?
Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whenever you're ready. You know what? You really didn't have to go to all that trouble just to apologize. I know, but we've been looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth, this was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me. Rolo.
Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seemed nice. Was it nice? We can still go. Nah, this is fine. Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Oh, you're burning the city, aren't you? Huh? What was that? Oh man, we missed the fireworks!
It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
The entire town is now gonna burn. That is a bright orange. Oh! We did not escape the blast.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason.
I suppose we had a nice, wholesome moment before we died.
And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together. For the rest of time. The end.
Damn!
No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
See, if I was a mean person, I would say that was the true ending. Okay, so what would change then if the weather would... Wait, so if we added more... Okay, we've done all those. They're the ones that don't change anything. We've done both branches for that. So yeah, if we have the storm breaking rather than rumbling, I wonder if that means that Beck would join me at the treehouse earlier and we can avoid the entire fight. Okay, so let's break.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can make Rolo.
You're not going home?
No, I promised Rolo I'd tell him about...
Luca stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promised you'd tell him what? Spit it out, Bob. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you've got to tell me.
Okay. You can come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened.
Heck yeah.
Do you not need to tell your parents? Nope, we're out of here.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place?
It's mostly boring and empty.
I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gate, a looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me.
Oh, damn! What did you do, Beck? What did you do?
First of all, I told you so. Second, hide!
That's Emma's Valentine.
Who's she talking to?
Shh! I expect you to return that suit in working order. Oh, yeah, that's what she was talking about to the mayor, right? She'd pilfered one of the suits? Of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned. There's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with that common threat.
Now this is what I was talking about.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff.
Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday.
Seriously.
Shh! You do understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything. I wouldn't expect any less from you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look on that rude, cursed face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I've learned, is that change is painful. Wait, is that gonna be our grandmother in that suit?
Wow, I wasn't expecting shady. But that's just flat out super villain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing all of
The
this?
mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
I knew it!
Family.
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival.
I don't need lessons in rousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
So there's 3 parties, right? There's the Valentine's, my grand's party, and then the corporation.
Chapter 5.
Even though I do get the feeling Gran accidentally caused the ice freeze, it still feels like her group is the lesser of the evils.
What big ears you have! Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why were you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit?
That was my gran.
That was your gran?
Yeah,
Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this.
let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there.
Lead the way.
Rolo, I have got so much to tell you, boy. Oh! For the last time, there's nothing to worry about.
Of course, we're not worried.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it.
Absolutely. If you'll just sign here, acknowledging everything is accurate, we'll be out of your hair in a flash.
Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my eternal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Oh, that wasn't sketchy at all. You good? Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, let me give you some advice. The next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give them a good hard boop right to the kisser.
Oh, Ben tells me to just keep away from the clipboards.
That's good, that's good. Your Gran is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you'd better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering on your own. Righto, I will get right onto that. I'm not even surprised you're still here reading your book. Another day, another dollar. See, it's Mersey.
Have you noticed how all Grimoirial Harvest folks order the same drink?
Decaf cappuccino with extra foam. Why?
I don't know. Just thought it's a little odd.
Pretty weird for sure.
Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow.
Oh, I can't wait. Like I said, they're all clones. Guys, okay, you just stood there. Also, I remember, wasn't it the sign that got vandalized?
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without you.
The mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
I'm not so sure about that. Nonsense. That reminds me. I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yeah, she has been indisposed of late. She doesn't much like me, does she? Oh, no. That's not it at all. She's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks on to her. The History Museum adds a real air of import to the whole affair. And we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You're doing tootin'. He was.
Kerr locked his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine family. Pleasant company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all of this? Gosh, I've never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just the festival. All of this. There's gotta be 100 down in their luck towns out there. Why Perennial Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about the agriculture business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat a seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here. Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge. And the right leadership, of course. Oh, good night, Mayor Valentine. I trust him not at all. Anyway. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here.
So, what's your buddy Rolo like?
Rolo, he's... Rolo.
Not particularly helpful.
Sorry, I've just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the foul harvest.
It's about damn time you tell me what this foul harvest thingy is.
It's a kind of long story.
Hit me with the highlights.
Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal.
Oh, big deal fertilizer.
It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good.
I'm sensing a big but.
Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died, and something changed.
Changed how?
Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water, or air, or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died, and everyone blamed the Valentines.
The foul harvest.
Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs.
Sheesh.
The next year the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens.
And no one knows why?
Nope.
I take it Rolo's farm got the short end of the stick.
Yeah, for some reason, their farm was hit harder than the others.
That sucks.
Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town.
The Beacon Pines Reborn Initiative?
Yup. First thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels, one town over for a week, while they decontaminated the groundwater. We'd better get going.
That seems oddly nice of them. I kind of want to see actually we've got more bait. 1 second.
Do I have any new bait then? Oh, I have loads! Nice,
You
okay.
tied a small magnet to the line, fishing with the law of attraction.
Excellent. I mean, we all know that fish are magnetic, right? Here we go. Come on, catch on. There we go. Okay, what could be in the water that's metal? Maybe I'm about to get like a dirty can or something. Come on. Nearly there. Oh, a key! Not what I was expecting. Where do you think the lock is for this key? Now, why would we want to find that?
Because then we would know the secret.
Ah, that's no fun. The second we know what it unlocks, it just becomes a boring old key. Right now, this key could unlock anything.
Cool. Okay, but that's a very Schrodinger's cat kind of a situation, right? Because while it could unlock anything in the same time, it unlocks exactly nothing. I think I'd want to know what it belongs to.
Luca wrapped some tape around the hook. Hey, you never know.
We can do this. Watch me, Father. Witness me. I am going to find the best thing this pond has to offer. At this point, I've accepted the fact it's probably not going to be a fish. I mean, we've had a duck and a booze and a key. Oh, a note? I got a bunch of big words written on it. Let's see that. We regret to inform you that your application for property rights with respect to the Beacon Pines CBD and surrounding area has been rejected. Who is that for? Applicant, Valentine Estate. Good. Good. Oh, no. Wait, I thought you worked for Valentine.
Luca placed a sinker on the line. Sometimes the best stuff is at the bottom of the pond.
Oh, I'm going to fish up a corpse. It's going to be glorious. Hey, maybe that'll be where my second boot is. Here we go. Wait, I can't remember. Is it this timeline where I did find the corpse? I know it was the timeline where both me and Volo had to investigate, right? Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard liquor for a hard man. Best leave that be. Takes a real piece of work to leave something like that lying around. Wait, there's a note in there though. I still get the feeling there's gonna be more different bait for us to find.
Luca wrapped a twig of thyme around the hook. Some fish have refined taste.
Here you go, fish. I wonder if this is actually gonna be the fish. I mean, the bait is actually food this time, so there stands a chance. I hope for a piranha. Come on. Oh. Oh, I get it. I used time as a law, so you gave me a pocket watch. Why does that feel like a dad joke? Property of Sharper Valentine. Figures. If he had his way, property of Sharper Valentine would be written on everything in this town. Should we give it back to him? He may not even want it back. The man's got a conscientious relationship with time. We'll keep it here in case he ever wants to pick it up. I feel like there's still more room on that blanket, so there's probably more bait for us to find. Well, see ya, Pops. It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rolo. I see, my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rolo waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we've spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey, Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about. Yeah? While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days. Wait, I don't remember what improvements we were talking about. Wait! Oh! You retracted the ladder. That does make things more difficult for me. Jesus Christ, that's a loud alarm. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Did you need me to do something? Okay, I get it. I've just got to throw something at the target, right? Boom! Oh. Apparently my aim is atrocious. Wait, maybe I need to be back a little. I went too far back. Okay, we can do this. Go! Ah, a moving target, I see. You know what? I'm really impressed that you managed to set this all up. Any more? Oh, a genuine moving one this time. Go! You know what? I'm impressed. Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades his junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice! I feel like I'm getting ripped off. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are we sure we can trust the new recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess. Okay, Luca. You promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters. I don't think so. It seemed more organized. Oh, so this is definitely the timeline when we didn't find the body. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman. How did you get away? I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go when I ran. Dang! That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Era's Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Rollo let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup.
So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at Valentine Warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. And then you saw your gran in the same suit, talking to Eris Valentine. Pretty much.
I'm beginning to think this town is kinda awesome.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
No offense.
And also, we can logically conclude aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town. And that lady is your gran, and she tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there were no aliens. Also, I don't think the original one in the suit was our gran. I mean, the suit she had an intact mask. Second, it couldn't have been my gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged.
But she's definitely hiding something.
Maybe. Your gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know. We haven't talked much since she moved in.
Moved in? Your gran isn't from here?
No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mum went missing.
Did you know your gran before?
Not really, no. It's been years since I've seen her.
Luca, don't take this the wrong way. But are we sure your gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up.
We could say the same thing about your family. But you're right. Luca, your gran is hiding something. And Pa always says, folks only bury stuff worth digging up. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. Apart from corpses, they're probably not worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. If my gran really is hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed by now? That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear, and we can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop.
You can count me in.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What time is it? Aw, I like the green jumper. Then again, that was probably our pajamas, right? I feel like whatever's being hidden is gonna be in our parents' room, right? Rolo, what on earth is that? That ridiculous thing on your head? Oh, this! It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. The coast is clear? Yep. Whatever she's been up to this week has been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game is afoot. Come on then,
Meeka and
Sherlock.
Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
If I were a gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect them.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
As a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. You're Meeka. She's lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rolo. Drat, it may already be too late. Just think of the amount of documents lost to ash.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luca, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go?
Yeah, the closet upstairs.
So, maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first.
No dice. It's locked. Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now. And I have no idea where the key is.
If it really is important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else?
She has her berry bushes. Who has ever thought, I am going to take this important thing and hunk it in a bush?
True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary.
Well, she is always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyway. I can't reach the latch.
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
All right, Rolo. This is your time to shine. Ah, yes. You've called upon my expert detective skills. And now I shall proceed
Before
with...
he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back.
Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to stand on. This is beneath my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it!
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
I get the feeling that this is generally just dishware she doesn't want broken. Well, that was anticlimactic.
Yeah, I didn't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey, let me just yank on this random teacup
As Beck
and...
pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click.
I find myself proven incorrect.
The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
Seems like your gran has been doing some remodeling.
Dude, only 2 types of people have secret lairs. evil masterminds, and superheroes. So, which one do we think she is? We're about to find out. Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe? Oh, wow! Yeah, this cannot be good. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions. Maybe she's got something to do with wanting to find out parents.
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy.
Is your gran a serial killer? 'Cause I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town. Out of the kindness of her heart.
She put little symbols by some of them.
Yeah, Mr. Nutcreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle.
My mums are both on here. Both with question marks.
Gus Valentine has a question mark. Eves has a question mark that's been crossed out.
Mr. Kerr has a bullseye.
The killer has chosen her next victim. We don't know what any of this means.
Whatever it means, it's probably not good.
Ah, and you've got a stress relief punching bag. What do we have here?
Barrels marked caution, explosion, and
Jam jars.
that's enough jam to feed the whole town.
What kind of incendiary jam is your gran making? Oh, I've gained fire. She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs, right? Only one way to find out.
Rollo casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
Huckleberries.
He smacked his lips.
A hint of brown sugar. And ink.
What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Aha!
Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It's addressed to Mrs. Fratelli. A grand jam gram. It says, last night I used the disguise Eves provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Oh man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. So more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here. Okay, so good news is they're not explosive, so I wasn't about to get myself blown up.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
Oh, is Walter gonna be our dad? What you got there? It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files.
Your dad was a doctor?
Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it?
One sec. Dense documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live.
Wow, I had no idea we were in the presence of preeminent scholar in dense documents. And cheeseburgers. By all means, proceed.
He stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Uh-huh. Here we are. Follow-up examination of Terence Wilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malice. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Wilby just a few days past. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Rollo looked up with heightened surprise.
See? Creepy.
Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph?
That's Mr. Nuncreed's name. Wait,
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water at his home has been contaminated. Perhaps environmental? Lab results only raise more questions.
It's like he came back to this report later and made those notes.
So, it might be related to something else.
Rollo scanned through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terence's condition follows close behind. Exasperated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take measures into my own hands.
Luca, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What's it say next?
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be more.
Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see?
What does it mean? Enough is enough. How did he take matters into his own hands? This is bull!
Luca slammed the drawer shut. They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool. This looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rollo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map.
Can't fault that logic.
Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance to town. And if we follow it,
Rollo carefully traced the path with his finger.
it leads right to
He jabbed down at the end point.
Town Square. That's the fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasure.
Rolo, that doesn't look like a treasure to me. The end of the path on that map has the same symbol as these explosives over here.
So, it's not hiding treasure? A real bummer. Rolo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival. Gulp. Did you just say gulp? This feels like a gulp kind of situation.
Everyone will be gathered near the center of town.
She's gonna blow up the festival!
Not
If we stop her.
what was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was what? No, I heard it too. That was the front door. Which means someone just shut the front door. Which means someone's upstairs. Quiet! Hit the lights!
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall.
Is the cabinet still open?
Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Male voice. Oh, I recognize you. Hello?
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down there?
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump,
Yoo-hoo! I'm not here to hurt anyone.
thump,
I'm just here to help. Just...
thump. At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh. Guess it's nothing.
Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Rollo, don't!
It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway.
We are gonna have a get out situation, aren't we? No, it's not get out, it's don't breathe. Where if they just remained perfectly stationary, everything would have been fine. But no, you had to fidget.
He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flaming chicken coop!
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Rollo!
Mysterious creepy man?
Anyone there?
From the dark corner, they saw something move.
Well, I didn't know if I had it in me. But there was only one way to find out.
Holy crap, Rollo! That was awesome! Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
You sure clobbered him good, Rollo. He's knocked out cold.
As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Ah, yes, one of our grandma's co-conspirators. Mr. Tolliver!
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
They'd run the classic good cop, blank cop interrogation. Wait, chill cop? How would that work out? You know what? I want to see what would happen if we had a good cop and chill cop. It could actually work, right? I mean, it would just be so confusing that he might just crack and confess everything.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
I'll handle this. Just gotta play it cool.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times.
Wait, why are the other two hiding? Who's gonna be playing good cop if you both are hiding?
Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Golly, I sure got my bell rung.
He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This was all a big mistake.
Luca, what's going on here? Why do you have me strapped down?
No one's fault, really. Rollo just got a little startled.
Rollo's here.
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, alright. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Let's just get me out of these ropes and call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement?
I'm here to help, of course.
Help? With what? What's my gran up to?
If you'll just cut me loose, I can show you.
How do I know? We can trust you.
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, have I ever done wrong by you?
No.
And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming?
Yeah?
So why would I turn my back on your family now?
It's just... all this stuff seems pretty weird. A board with names of people from town. An archive of my dad's old disturbing patient notes.
Luca gestured to the corner.
Barrels of explosives.
I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an explanation.
And why, mayhaps? Can we not have the explanation why you're tied up?
Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings.
You fool!
Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This'll all make sense in time.
You're gonna lock me down here, aren't you?
He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
You see, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark past indeed.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be brought
He
to...
punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
light!
Son of a...
Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down here. Wow, that was a mistake.
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there and let the adults handle this.
They looked bewildered at each other.
Play it cool, huh?
Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end.
Well, apparently that's what we get for playing it chill.
Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
Okay, well it's definitely time to play hard cop then, right?
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze.
Am I the only one that actually thought they were going to say Rolo brandished a steely pipe? I was about to say, this goose got so much more violent.
I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, well, well. Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver.
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr. Tolliver.
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the world?
The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk.
Now hold on. Let's just calm down.
Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're sweating.
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or, well, let's just say, I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance!
What? I don't even.
Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth can I dance?
Dance with your mouth, punk! Spill the beans! What are you doing poking around this house?
I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready.
Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran?
Gran?
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh?
Blow up the festival? Good
He
lord.
shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong.
Where is she now?
She's headed to the source.
Sauce? What's the sauce?
It's where
His voice faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began.
What is Operation Sparkplug?
With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold.
Maybe we went a bit too hard there.
Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Volo. I think you went a little too hard on him.
What did he say about the sauce?
It's where the town began.
We need more information. So is it going to be about the original factory? The Valentine factory, right?
Yeah, but we'd better not push Mr. Tolliver any further. Is there anyone else who might know more?
What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival. Nah, that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves.
Is there anything more reliable?
The library. If there's any information about the source thing, Kato can help us find it. Let's go get some answers. Kato, I'm in need of your assistance.
This is a dang nice library. Thanks. We work hard on it. Aren't you a little too adorable to be a librarian? Oh. Oh,
Kato hung out here so much, eventually they gave him a set of keys.
I just keep an eye on the place so Mrs. Novak sometimes.
They got you working for free?
It's quiet, and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for you all?
We need a favor.
I already told you and Volo. I can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be brought. Call it a personal code of conscience.
Actually, we're looking to do some research.
Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for?
That's the thing. We sorta don't know. What you got on the history of the town?
There's the county record archives.
What's in those?
Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was founded.
Great, we'll start there.
Chapter 8. 6 feet under, 3 towns over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
Speaking of Mr. Tolliver, is he still in the basement? If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop. We have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of these asinine death records. Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life till he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you've got a better idea, spit it out.
You sound like my sister.
Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be boring county records that kill you. I'll put you in the pituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record.
Really? That's the best you've got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history. Just like
Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
J. Hartford here.
I'd love to see you try.
Wait, Hartford? Have we heard that name before?
Hey, hey, hey! We're all a little tired here. Let's just take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what was that name back?
In the abyss, J. Hartford. From the Brookville Tribune 8 years ago.
That can't be right. What is it? J. Hartford. That's my grand's name. Juniper Hartford. Wait, what was our mum's name? Did our mum's name start with J?
Maybe there were 2 J. Hartfords.
Mrs. Hartford is survived by her young daughter, E. Hartford. Okay, that's that theory out the drain. Wait, so if our gran faked her death, our gran is really dead. And if our gran's actually dead, who the hell has been raising us? My mum's name is Eleanor.
Oh yeah, we already knew that. Okay, this is getting creepy.
If your gran is 6 feet under, 3 towns over,
then who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
Alright, gang, I gotta close up the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10.
oh crap! Pam is gonna kill me. I gotta go.
Yeah, my parents will be worried sick.
Okay, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow.
What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement?
Oh, well that answers that question. I'll think of something. And more importantly,
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house.
what are we gonna do with the lady that caused us half our gran?
If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering.
Hi, Gran, you imposter.
He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
You know what? I think that is her gran. I'm gonna think there's something dodgy going on with like people faking their deaths and stuff like that. I mean, I'm still convinced that her dad's actually alive. Okay, check out Mr. Tolliver. We can do that. I mean, it might have been less conspicuous if we'd have put the bookshelf or the case back. Oh no!
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
But we did rather make it obvious someone had been down there, hadn't we? Maybe he woke up, escaped from his bindings, and left without a trace?
Or maybe Gran knew everything.
Gran knows everything. What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
Why would we go for the jam? This seemed like such a bad idea. I'm afraid your jam delivery will be delayed.
He flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed. Okay, now I can think. So, if Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver, I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. I guess the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing is wrong. Gran will think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. I feel like I'm still going to regret eating that jam. I don't think there's anything for me to snoop down here, is there? I've already looked at him. Okay then, let's try and sneak our way into bed. Oh, dear old Gran's gone. Gran? Oh. Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed and play it cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened.
I was drugged,
His
weren't I?
stride began to falter.
That was absolutely drugged. Also, I still want to go into our parents' bedroom at some point.
He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
Come on, legs. Just a few more steps.
Luca groaned and tried to move.
You know what? I'd take it back. Maybe our Gran isn't who she says she is.
His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
I mean, true, we did technically go to sleep. And also, I told you so, that jam was a bad idea. Then again, jam's always a bad idea. I don't know why people like jam. Jam is not very good.
Sweet boy, what did you get yourself into?
What are you doing?
Rest now, and let me handle everything.
Oh, that's not so bad.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed? Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
The festival! Well, we definitely gotta get going then. So we have to make sure we can't go into any of these rooms. Not even our parents? Ah, man. One of these days. Here, let's just head straight back down then.
Where have you been?
Oh, yeah. Gran put something in the jam.
Yeah, we know. Secret messages for secret conspirators.
Not this one. The one intended for Mr. Nuncreed. Put me to sleep. Whoa! Sly devil! I don't know why that bitch is hilarious to me, but it is. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything?
We looked around, but haven't seen anything odd.
Your Gran is nowhere to be found. But Mr. Nunecreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech.
What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone is gathering at the stage.
Let's get moving.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
You know who I don't see here other than our Gran? I don't see Tolliver.
Is this thing... hello, Bacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and... I suppose you already know that. Oh, yes. Before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought we could begin with a round of applause befitting such a great man.
Even that's more than the old codger deserved.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right, where was I?
William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine, everyone.
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout! Oh, heck, I didn't even prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be ashamed to waste such a beautiful podium.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars that bridge to the better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am dandgum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would change my life forever.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
From the second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see that the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to the things that made them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment, change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is a community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. A conviction that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. perennial harvest was founded on the conviction that we are that horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
We now walk hand in hand into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. Like explosions. What was that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone remain calm.
Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all of my travels, I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town. And so it is with a happy heart that I can proclaim
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
a harvest awaits!
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end.
You know what? I think I prefer to freeze on a beanbag.
There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything! Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again. No, I don't mean that.
You better not. I've got so many unanswered questions. Like, is that even our grad?
We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
Oh, so we can play good cop and sly cop. I wonder how that would work out for us. Actually, it might work out better, right? Because then we're not overwhelming Mr. Tolliver. We might get more answers. Come on then, sly cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation.
Is this Beck's turn?
Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
What? What's going on here?
You're that meowdy little girl. Please, call me back. Sorry about all this.
Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you here?
Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparkplug has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. From a child. But she sent a child? What better way to avoid prying eyes? Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes sense.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand, we never know who to trust in this town.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So, it turns out we're both here to...
Beck twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the evidence.
Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal is nothing if not thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
Sure is. I can't blame her though. If anyone were to find out that we're going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that might be.
No one will know anything once I finish cleaning things up down here.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
You're sure you can finish this up on your own?
Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me.
Good. There is one more loose end I'll go work on.
Loose end?
Oh, it's nothing really. The other day I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. And wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an odd phase in a perennial harvest transmission. Underground secrets.
That's ominous.
I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical.
What's the password for?
We don't know.
So we have a password and nowhere to put it?
It's gotta mean something, right?
Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I've got this under control.
That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
You guys catch that? Sure did. This whole time, Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shell. But all he ever sells us is apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rolo. Well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about that candy shelf. Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said he heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmission is never what it seems.
Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
We just need to find the hidden meaning. Okay. What's another word for underground? Buried, covered. Could it be cover up? Maybe it's one of those each letter is a number thingies. So U would be 21. N would be like 14. D would be... Oh! It's an anagram! Numcree's drugstore!
Luca and Beck looked at Rolo with amazement.
Rolo, that was incredible! Well, it's either that or Kren's new drugstore. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where to go next. Oh, and that does explain why Nunpreet was drugged. In the other timeline, right? Hi, I know you're in on it. You scared me half to death. Sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? Nope. He's got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear that man would be late to his own funeral. Oh, you guys have fun with that. Right, you haven't finished setting up for the festival yet? That's tomorrow, isn't it? You're late, Augustus. Sorry, sister. Was caught up with work. Work? You. I had a few more details to lock down for the festival. Oh, what do you have to report? What is this insipid town festival really about?
I think
Gus looked around nervously.
Mr. Kerr really does just want to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him.
I didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so that you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town.
Was.
Excuse me?
This was our father's town. He's gone, Heiress, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help.
We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground.
This is just a temporary arrangement.
The glow can be seen from our damned backyard. They are dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this is all inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change, whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be part of that future, or be forgotten in the past?
It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will always just be a Gus.
Good night, Heiress. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow.
It's getting late, children.
I mean, I still think you should probably tell the one reading the book. Then again, I'm beginning to think she just lives there. Anyway, drugstore it is. Oh, hello there. I was kind of expecting this place to be abandoned.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore,
Oh, you're Solomon!
holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nuncreed. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. Then where'd you get the candy from?
You might say, we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have family to rely on. Licorice is never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice, but whatever floats your boat. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Oh yeah, I guess. I like sour gobs. I approve, Rolo.
I'm certain you do.
I always wondered why Mr. Nuncreed kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile.
There are many ways to earn loyalty.
For some, it's as easy as cold hard cash. Cynical.
Well, he's right. It's locked.
There's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. Maybe you just like sneak around the back? No? The alleyway is not the solution. Maybe we should call someone? Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing? Besides Mr. Nuncreed? No! Wait, Mr. Nuncreed
Beck
uses
cupped
it?
her hands on the glass to peek inside.
That is not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad.
Why would there be a blinky keypad? Gren's nude bookstore! I mean, underground secrets! The password!
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in.
Is this gonna end up being an elevator? All right, let's see her.
Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Underground secrets.
Sounds like that did something.
Great. Now what? I guess we...
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it.
You knew that there was a secret hole full of strange tubes under the phone booth.
Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Luca, do you remember when I said how cool it would be if the trans-dimensional conduits from Hang Atomic Issue 12 were real? Volo, at one point or another, you've said that about every technology ever discussed in Hang Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor.
Holy hell! I'm Volo, aren't I? I predict everything, so eventually I'm going to be correct. Holy hell! I'm Volo.
It looks like each of these has something written on them.
Also, is that the face mask that I completely destroyed?
This suit has a broken mask.
So, have we found our mystery warehouse creeper?
We've at least found their hazmat suits. If it walked like a non-creed and talked like a non-creed, let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying.
I mean, it was a massive guy in the suit, right? So it could be non-creed.
Mining Operations Alpha.
You guys have mines here?
Not that I know of.
This town is all farms and fertilizer.
And a series of tubes.
Pa always says you can only trust a miner up to the point where they hit gold.
Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation.
That's the thing about Pa. You don't always realize what he means until it's too late. Perennial Harvest main office.
That's where my mum works.
What does she do?
Science stuff.
Is she involved in all of this?
We just moved here. How could she be involved?
True. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse.
Isn't that where you almost got snatched?
Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine place? This is starting to feel like something big.
Oh, now we can touch the machinery.
That's a lot of buttons.
We should press them. Then again, that would alert everyone that we're here.
Stand aside, Earthlings. I've read enough Hank Atomic to know my way around sci-fi tech.
Rollo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Oops.
Rollo, what did you do?
Nothing! I don't even know yet! What was that? Hide! Where? There's nothing but red tubes down here!
Just get back!
Hi, Nunfeed. Damn. 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 Awesome! You all need to come with me now. We aren't going anywhere with you.
Not until we get some answers.
Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password. But they love anything that makes them feel clever. They who? That's no matter. Let me guess. The clipboards? If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. We don't care about our skins. Hold on now. I like my skin. This all stops now, Nuncreed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him. Who? What? You don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends back before.
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
All of this. That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee.
What happened?
Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealist doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folks. So, you were his sidekick? No. We were partners. He helped the patients, and I helped him. Yep, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us, says he's got an opportunity. He'd found something he didn't quite understand, and he was willing to pay us, both handsomely, to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believed in helping people. But the thing I could never get him to understand was, it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick into villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous, almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing, though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he's still got me saying yes.
Is there a point to this sob story?
Not really. No. Just an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
We should jump for a pipe. I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Juniper out of this. But you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What? You really don't know. My Gran isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose. Juniper!
She's like planning on crashing the town's party.
She's going to disrupt the festival? Why would she?
The color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know?
Apparently, she knows a lot of things.
What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we've busted into today. And honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps and explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's going to do, right now. She doesn't understand what it is she's messing with. Tell me now! She's in danger, boy! I don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in town square. The fountain? But why would...
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She knows about the source.
What the heck is the source?
If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze and... Dear God, she's going to freeze us all! You all need to run. Run where? Away! As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back.
Nice exit.
That did not go how I expected.
So, we're totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. You good?
Yep. I love this town.
Chapter 8. The Cold, Hard Truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Damn, Nuncreed moves fast. Also, this explains why we haven't had a warm summer, huh?
That was...
Intense?
yeah.
I think I might have parted with some fluids in there.
Any idea where we are?
Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got on any of us. It didn't feel like we traveled that far. So, where did it all go?
This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow something up out here?
Only one way to find out, I suppose. We gotta catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way.
You good, Rolo? You seem kind of obsessed with where your fluids went. Wait. Why does this seem like a frozen copy of our town?
This looks familiar. Yeah,
Maybe we can clear off the snow?
no time. Nuncreed's getting away.
Oh, and we've got more toxic bowels.
Okay, this is starting to feel really familiar.
I may not be the most well-versed on all things Beacon Pines, but this does look like some sort of frozen replica of town.
Ah, I got it. It's so obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien.
Rolo.
Stick with me here. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures.
Oh boy, here we go.
The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by traveling through those metallic wormholes back there. The final objective, kill us all and shapeshift into a Beacon Pine citizen of their choosing.
You never really had me, but you very much lost me there.
You used to get it. We should keep moving.
Wait, no, it's a plausible theory. I mean, if the aliens want to take over humanity, the best place to do that would be imitating the town, right? And also, you would want to target an isolated town, so then it wouldn't be too obvious what's going on. I mean, if you try to do that in a big city first,
you're more likely to get caught out.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild.
Well, hi, Gran.
Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you, this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town.
Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators.
Gran, what's happening?
Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Is he gonna threaten to chuck me into the pit, do we think?
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You've got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over the torch. You don't understand what you're doing.
How can I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you, and you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to effect change.
Very convenient that your way just happened to lie in your pockets.
Now that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
And in the stillness, he began to weep.
And in the stillness, he began to weep.
I wonder if actually there could be any other actions to place there.
It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
This'll all make sense soon, Luca. Then everything can go back to normal.
I hate to break it to you, but you do this and we all freeze.
I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalties fall.
Juniper, don't!
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness. She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation.
Maybe there will be a different option there. Maybe I need to find like a persuade or something.
The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph, I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing to...
Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence.
Wow, you're getting your change.
Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca.
Okay, so I am thinking she's genuine Gran then, right? I mean, why else would she try and protect us when we're all about to freeze to death?
Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror. There was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end.
Do you know what I just realised though? All these events happened prematurely. Because in all the other scenarios, Gran had dropped the torch during the festival, but it's still the middle of the night for us this time, isn't it?
Well, that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
Okay, so if there is a path on from there, we don't currently have it. So I'll have to retrace our steps a little bit. Got all those done? Oh, we could do tickle or flight. Let's do flight. I must take flight.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight.
Am I gonna choke and drop from the treehouse? This doesn't seem like it's gonna end well.
He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches.
Oh,
He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
that's a much better plan than mine just jumping for our lives. Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr. We'd love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy.
See ya, Jax.
Fine. We know where that leads them. This way, we'll take the tunnels. Oh, the ones we just found in the secret base.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice.
Oh, have I managed to make it back to my frozen wasteland?
In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
That was actually pretty badass.
Uh-huh. I think we lost him.
Are we up in the mountains?
I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill.
Then, what's up with the Winter Wonderland?
Oh, I just had a brainwave. Earlier in the game, didn't they say something about when the new fertilizer company moved in? They took everyone out of town and moved them to hotels for like a week to, what? Essentially scorch earth, right? De-sterilize everything? So what was if whatever they did ended up freezing the original town and they used that week to essentially just reconstruct an entire town further up the hill, and then no one ever noticed they were technically in the new town? That would explain why we've got a replica right here that's frozen. All I know is there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. Oh, there's one important thing I need to know though.
Is my dad's grave actually here?
Luca! Luca, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
Is that Bozo Kerr?
I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those woods.
Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be rude.
With a resigned sigh, Luca responded.
It seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now how in tarnation did you end up with one of our videos? Just lucky, I guess. Boy howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents? I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom was a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
We gotta keep moving. Is it just me or does that look like a gravestone? Was my dad buried in the original town this entire time? Or do you think they relocated him?
What's the readout? Soon just above 258 Kelvin. That's down a bit from last time. Should we report this to Mr. Kerr?
Meh, still within safe ranges. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now.
Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade.
Dude, relax. Just a few more sights to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. Oh, now we can check out the sign.
What's all this?
Hard to say with the snow.
I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out letters under there.
What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep into Wheatwood.
I'm looking at evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1. Snow's gotta go.
I'll see what I can do.
Is there anything I can use to throw it? Maybe I can just start kicking this, right? Oh, snowball! Oh, that's a good sign. Everyone knows the best way to get rid of snow is to throw more snow at it. And apparently my aim is atrocious. What's that? We'll just hit it from here. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, maybe I'm just facing the wrong direction. There we are. I figured it out, didn't I?
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
This doesn't make any sense.
We're in Beacon Pines.
How is that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here?
I guess we got turned around?
Where did all this snow come from?
Well, it's been colder than normal lately.
There's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape.
The puddle we fought at before, it was cold too. Maybe all of this leads to one source.
You think it's related? What the hell is going on?
We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving.
I mean, we have also got the fact that our dad's favourite tree was chopped down.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone.
What?
There's nothing here but more snow.
There must be an explanation for this. We have to keep looking.
You can look all you want. I quit.
Iggy, we have to keep going.
You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't even going to save ourselves. My face is mangled. The town is destroyed. And everyone we've ever known is gone.
We don't know that. You can't just quit.
Do whatever you want. I'm done.
Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest for a bit.
The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day.
If we're gonna sleep, maybe it'd be a good idea if we break into our house or something. It should be a little bit warmer in there, right?
As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
Kurt's gonna find us in a second, right?
The way the snow covered everything over. It's kind of calming.
Yeah.
I haven't had time to say it, but thanks
Huh?
for getting us away from those creeps. I sorta froze up back there.
Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper.
Nah, that's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that gunk would do. You didn't, right?
Of course not.
And second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper.
But I did lose my temper.
Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. But that's exactly what you should have done.
Huh?
I was being a horse's ass. You were supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works.
Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you?
Of course. Jeez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand this very basic point.
Why would you go around saying cruel things trying to get into fights?
Iggy shrugged.
It's something to do.
You're an ass because you're bored?
Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Volo are always having a blast together. Laughing and calling that dinky little treehouse mission control.
Iggy now wept openly.
Perfect little Luca Varnhorn. With his perfect little life.
My life is not perfect.
Everybody in town likes you.
Not everybody.
Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet. And even she already likes you.
You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. But she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know?
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that impression.
Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
It must be raining out here.
Definitely.
Iggy arched into a wide yawn.
We should probably try to get some sleep.
Yeah,
Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow, we'll get to the bottom of all of this.
Luca's eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
Luca,
Yeah?
I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse.
What'd you think?
Not bad.
I'll give you the full tour when we get back.
You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to the worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad.
That makes me concerned.
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Luca snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. Now, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Get your hands off me!
Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean?
Take it easy, Iggy.
We were asleep, minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody. Anybody. Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me. You.
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
You big-hatted, scarfy-necked furball.
Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit here.
Interesting choice of words.
I mean, let's all just calm down.
Oh.
You mean you want us all to chill out a little bit? I'm sorry, I'll stop. Who are you?
A friend. An observer. A hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility.
Great. How about a name?
If you must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off? Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait! Do you live here?
You might say that.
So, you know where we are?
You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gotta help us or not. Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. All right, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here, one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles! Iggy, wait up!
Realizing he'd worn their patience thin, Nat relented.
Very well, I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back home.
Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold. Until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place.
Well, if we're being honest, what did we expect?
Cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines.
Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Wood. Or we teleported to some alternate universe. Or this is all just some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. But this is not our home.
You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it restraint. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original, true Beacon Pines. You both grew up here.
Oh, I knew it.
But the town you've called your home for the past several years is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair, but a replica nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work. You'd need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed, to pull off such a feat would require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved.
That which could not would require a precise duplicate.
We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed.
You'd think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities which complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that miraculous thing we call a brain. It has a real aversion to discontinuity, a revulsion even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane.
Luca and Iggy looked around uncomfortably.
So, you're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all and no one noticed? Precisely.
But why?
Why is the one question that can never be answered with certainty. The best one can do is uncover.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The source. Why'd you say the source like that? Why indeed?
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they could.
He looked down at his feet. His eyes darted back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
If this really is home.
He sprinted off into the pale distance.
He just had an idea about the gravestone as well, didn't he?
As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out,
Iggy, it's not too late to turn back. Simply head west through Wheatwood.
Chapter 6. The Source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to perennial harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know.
Yeah, his dad's
Luca
great.
stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth.
Oh, so technically the tree we visited was our dad's favorite then.
He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You're here. All this time, I thought I was visiting you. But you've been here. Alone. In the snow. Dad, I'm so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I do?
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Why'd you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh,
Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy.
yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
We gotta hide.
$2.59K. Fall off distance still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. Yeah, think about what we did here. We saved a whole town of people.
Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? There's the grave of someone with a family. The people who loved them will never know the truth.
The truth is overrated.
He bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey!
Don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world.
Yeah.
Come on. It's almost lunchtime.
Did you just dance away?
Weirdo. Here I thought I was a jerk. These dinguses are out here literally dancing on graves.
Luca stuttered through heaving sobs.
I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me.
Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some
He
advice.
gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey!
Who's any of this helping?
What?
Sitting here in the snow, crying like some pushover. Who you helping?
Iggy, look what they did. They lied to everyone.
Blah, blah, blah. Luca Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerk comes at ya, acting like a horse's ass.
I should stand up for myself.
Oh yeah. Kerr and his merry little band of clipboards pulled off this switcheroo for a reason, right?
Not to mention something about a
Luca
source.
wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to perennial harvest.
Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate would happen to their precious source, wouldn't it?
What'd you have in mind?
If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it.
And what if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge.
I'm gonna make this right, Dad. I promise. Let's do this.
Oh, am I going to be the one that causes the town to freeze then?
I mean, it can get awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you two stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rolo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh, heavens, no. Do I seem like a killer to you?
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I?
Silence seems to say yes.
Oh, shucks. Now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy.
Yeah, it's source it is.
Wait a minute. If this is the original town, then that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that?
Long story. So a few years back, I came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give kids. The good stuff.
So, why did you bury it under a tree?
That's the long part of the story. You and Rolo were doing chores at Rolo's chicken coop, and you guys annoyed me for some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you didn't.
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Yep, I just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, these were some primo fireworks, so I might have underestimated things.
You blew up the chicken coop?
I prefer to think of it as an accessory redecoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the looks on your faces.
Rolo got grounded for months.
Which is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried them under a tree. But when I came back from later, they were gone. I figured some grown-up found them and tossed them.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us.
Unbelievable. Yep, I'm definitely going to ignite this source.
It's all frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim run. Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo. You're not a hero. You're a little rat who is in way over his head. A hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I was also partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare for blast-off, loser. Well, you know what? Let's go freeze the entire town. Do you want to chuck down the firework, or shall I?
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo, 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 echo.
Whoa! I can see why they wanted to move us all out of town now.
But why would they dig a giant hole?
I think this is it.
This is the source? It's a dank hole. How do we smash our hole?
Ah, about time you showed up, buddy. Oh, it's much more than that. My annoying little friend. Kerr, where's Rolo? I wasn't lying before. He is safe.
Also, Kerr, where's your entourage of clipboards?
Well, safer than you two at least. Drats, it's cold. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined...
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know.
What do you mean you don't know? Ain't you in charge?
Oh, heavens no! My role is merely to flash your winning smile and manage various complications. Complications like us? You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way.
Seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey.
The point is that we all play our part in life. Mine is just happened to be a lead in the role of a lifetime. And you have to be extras, ready for your curtain call. We aren't giving up without a fight.
Your smile's not gonna be so winning after we're done with you.
Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
Scene change. Oh, there's your lackeys. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking?
Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop! Let's not do something regrettable.
Joke's on you. Regret is one of my specialities. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these in your precious hole?
Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know, I'm an exceptional liar.
That's far enough.
Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool!
Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You can all head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here. Oh,
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
nice mood walks away. It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down.
What, like this?
With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Oops.
That puzzle wasn't good.
Oh.
Whoa!
With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca.
Oh
He
man!
tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow.
You know, I don't think a 12-year-old is going to be able to pull up another kid and a full-grown man.
He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child! What have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. How? What channel do I use? It doesn't make a damn difference. They're always listening.
If you do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way you get out of this is if Kerr's out the picture. Just let go and save yourself.
If he lets go, we both die.
I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it.
Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
Long life? I'll have you know I can still play 25. You should have heard me sing the part of Phileas Young.
With a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Ba-dum-dum-dum. Ba-da-dum-ba-dee.
Wow, can you believe this guy?
Oh, what do I need that for then?
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kerr, just let go. No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too.
Luca, look at me. It's okay.
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't gonna kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend.
Yes, you are.
Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr.
Iggy, no.
Luca felt his hand slipping.
And I told ya what you need to do with bullies.
I can't.
It's your only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. wackadoos traveling packs.
A calm settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once.
Luca had no choice but to. I don't know which one to pick. You know what? I feel like he's made a compelling argument. I mean, I feel bad about letting him die, but this is a good character arc for him, I think. We shall accept.
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good.
Damn, I just got
Their
dark.
silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
I forgot he was holding the fireworks. Hell of a goodbye, Iggy. Wait, now you show up?
Luca, you should really step back.
What?
Quickly.
Oh!
Curious.
Why didn't that face the town?
Ah, but of course. Those fireworks of Iggy's must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives.
Not until you tell me what just happened.
Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway.
How?
Tempus liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade.
So the gunk makes things cold, and the fireworks made the whole freeze over.
That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would have happened in that case.
We have some idea what that would look like.
I will take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again.
If you know all of this stuff, why haven't you been helping?
I have been, in my way. Each one of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, it turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait.
Wait for what?
You,
Me? Why? What's my role?
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you are going to save the world.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder.
Wait, what?
Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm?
Wait, what? So, two chop?
Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Oh, so this is a dead end? Oh, that's creative. Oh, you just don't want me to kill Iggy, do you? Okay, so we have got to... we could also refuse Iggy's thing. Or we go back and tickle, and that prevents Iggy from ever getting disformed in the first place, right? Also, at some point, I want to go back and check out the fishing and our mother's recipes to see if we can finish those off. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that's changed. Oh! We can hum? Maybe that will stop our grandmother? Well, we'll go back and hum later. First, we will refuse Iggy's request. Don't worry, Iggy. I will not sacrifice you.
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now.
Wait, mirror?
A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away.
The founder?
A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end.
Wait, no, who's the founder?
I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
I know, but by doing the wrong thing, I got a never-ending sequel. So I guess we go back and we just give Iggy a tickle. Have some tickles, Iggy.
Well, time to bust out the tickles.
Hey Tish, wanna see something cool? Yeah? Check it.
Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arms.
Wait, oh, is Tish gonna fall into the goop?
What the? Tish, is she tickling you?
Yup. Huh? Yup.
Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter. Beck redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough.
Yup.
What just happened?
She seems nice. Sorry for the interruption. I think you were just threatening us.
Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered.
I just remembered. I have somewhere to be.
Mm-hmm.
See you around, new kid.
Iggy kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
Oh. Hi, Tish.
Whoa. What a little creep.
Bet. I think you got a little ooze in your hair.
Beck shook the ooze out of her hair as best as she could.
Is it bad? It depends. What are your feelings about having a more mature, refined look? Oh, God!
Chapter 4. The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. but finding Rollo was his primary concern.
Wait, so... Oh!
Luca, what the hell are you doing out here? And why did a kid with grey hair just run past us in a panic?
Roxy and Fitz looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching.
That's bad.
I don't care who she is. What happened?
We were just helping look for Rollo.
Luca, I need you to start telling me the truth.
Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling. But this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca.
We're running out of time.
In a torrent of rambled words and tears, Luca broke down.
Rollo and I weren't just playing in Wheat Wood yesterday. We were investigating lights at the old Valentine warehouse. But someone was there in a strange suit. And we hid in the dumpster and had a heavy bag dropped on us. And I think it was a body. And so we ran, but we got split up. And I ran home. And it's all my fault. And now my best friend may never come back.
Wow. Just wow.
Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca.
It's not your fault, Luca. Rollo's gonna be okay, I promise.
Roxy drew herself up.
I'm gonna fix this. Luca, go home.
And I want to help.
This is too dangerous for a kid.
I can't just sit around. I have to do something.
Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send Luca.
You go back to that little treehouse you two like to play in. Wait there in case Rollo shows up. Sounds like a plan?
Luca wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod.
You did the right thing telling me the truth. Now scoot. You really believe his story? What other option do we have? Things have been strange around here, leading up to the festival. My dad has been acting weird lately. Well, weirder than normal.
Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up.
Why is it so cold here? This place gives me the willies.
Okay, head back to the old treehouse. Oh yeah, I forgot this timeline was basically when,
Mr. Nuncreed jumped with a start.
Rollo had been with us, right? Whoa, don't sneak up on me, old fella, like that. Sorry. Who were you talking to? What?
Luca motioned to the phone booth.
Oh, no. I was just checking because I thought I heard it ring. But the dang thing never does, of course. Yeah, I've never seen anyone use it, really. The whole thing's a waste of money, if you ask me. Any word from Rollo yet? Not yet. Long time for a boy to lose his way. Rollo knows those woods too well to get lost. I suppose you're right. Silly boy's antics have his whole town worried sick. Antics? We all know Rollo likes to play his little pranks. You think this is a prank? What other possible explanation could there be? He's not playing a prank and he did get lost. Someone took him, I know it. How would you know that? Unless... Luca, is there something else that you know?
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder.
Dang it, boy. If there is something you know, something that could help your friend, you need to tell folks. Well, folks that aren't you.
Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all. It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him.
There was a shame lurking behind those eyes.
There was a shame lurking behind those eyes. A deep sadness. If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help.
Oh, we're gonna get kidnapped as well, aren't we? Yesterday, Rollo and I were messing around at the old Valentine warehouse.
Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow.
Both of you? You were with Rollo when he went missing. Not exactly. I was hiding in the dumpster. The dumpster? What were you doing in there? At first, we were just looking around. Then someone in a strange yellow suit came and dumped something on us. We both got scared and ran. That was the last I saw of him. You got scared by some garbage? Well, that's why you don't go skulking in someone's dumpster. But it wasn't garbage. I think it was a body. I'm sure it was just some trash. No, there was a name tag. It said Deep Engineering.
Mr. Nuncreed's shoulders slumped.
I wish you wouldn't have said that.
A deep sigh bellowed from his chest.
Why did you have to? I tried, Luca. God knows I tried to keep you safe.
Luca attempted to take a step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down on his shoulder.
But you Van Horns just can't help yourselves, can you? We were all so close to being done with this.
With a firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth.
What are you doing? It's out of my hands now.
The door latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
Damn.
As Luca pounded the glass, the floor dropped from under his feet. The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end.
Yeah, I saw that one coming.
Wait. No. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try something else.
So there is a different reaction we need to find there then. Guess we've so far done it all. Apart from the humming. There might be things that I've missed then that I haven't interacted with to find out other options. So I'm guessing what we'll do is go and hum first, and then I'll backtrack to try and find my missing character traits. Give it a little hum. Maybe that will calm Granny down.
And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note. Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How'd you know?
I'm so sorry, my little buckaroo.
Wait! Is that our mother? Oh, that makes so much sense. So she got hit with the liquid, right? And got aged up?
The only people who call me that are my dad and your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother. Only smaller, older, changed.
Mom?
That's right, buckaroo.
Mom!
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother.
Okay, that one I didn't see coming.
They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Helena, I thought you were...
Gone? You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How?
You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you'd have pieced it together by now.
You were exposed?
Mom, I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me?
I never left you. I was always right here, Luca.
Why did you lie to me?
It tore me up, Luca. But I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help us both move on. But the more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until perennial harvest was stopped, it was better if everyone thought I was gone.
You could have trusted me.
These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want. And they don't care who gets hurt in the process.
Then, what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big.
I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now. There's a better way to stop perennial harvest. The cold, hard truth.
Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash.
So, Nuncreed was hitting on his best friend's wife, huh? You don't understand. He always wins.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago, Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempest Liquamen. There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that?
This man is a liar.
Excuse me?
I will not. This town has a dangerous secret, and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden.
Nonsense.
They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses.
You aren't making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and just plain impossible.
They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. We just had to leave the town for a few days. But while they had us evacuated,
Mrs. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to...
you're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You sniveling little worm.
This is growing tiresome. A little help, please.
Don't you all see? This festival is a sham. An excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked.
Don't listen to her. She has absolutely no proof.
I am the proof. I'm Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky as the dickens?
We all know Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true. And now this whole town is paying the price.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry for this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable so that she can get the help she needs. She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown. You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is... Solomon? That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
I swear to God, if Solomon turns out to be the founder and the one behind it all,
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Yes, sir. Take them away. No, I want them to see this. Ah, the ever-tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn. You've been quite the thorn in my side. Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You've managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again.
is this going to turn out to be a somehow de-aged sharp Valentine?
I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party. But alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr. Yes, sir. It's a shame it was cut short, but I thank you for rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You have done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed upon.
Kerr gave a bow of deference.
Founder, you are most gracious.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
Jesus Christ, he found a way to de-age himself.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
What? No!
Ah, so you didn't see that coming.
Ah, I kinda did as soon as you started clapping, friend.
Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. This festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. Huh. Wonderful!
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bee!
Oh, Malice!
I'm glad you're back, so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again.
Sorry, this is not the time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. Carr.
William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward!
Does anyone else have something to contribute?
A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. You clearly lost without me. And that leads me nicely to my children. Daddy! I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give. The opportunity to prove yourselves in my absence. Squandered. To say I am disappointed would be an understatement. But Silence, Augustus! An adult is speaking. I don't know which is worse. A son is called completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably lets me down. Eris, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time.
Father, I
Have been wasting time, my dear. What have you accomplished?
was focused on cementing our legacy.
Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever?
But what about...
It's all right, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where is Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. Nonsense. The people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter. Cheer up. You are about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor, desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine again, and I am willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty.
Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest?
Huh! You think the puffed up blatherskit could have accomplished all of this? Dawn, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow. You've earned it.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Patrick C. Montesquieu, thespian extraordinaire at your service.
Oh, wait, that was the one we saw the book on, right?
Founder, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. It was truly the role of a lifetime. Wait, so this Bill Kerr was a patsy the whole time?
Now that your secret is out in the open, what's to stop this town from rising up against you?
Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboard, I know what each and every person in this town fears most, and I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Huh, the young hero. I've kept an eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity. If things would have gone a bit differently, you might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you.
You can't do this.
Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do, given time. And now time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought. But well worth it. Huh?
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer.
You are gonna freeze the planet.
The end. This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right? We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
Oh, wait. Malice? Oh, so that gets us away from getting captured, right? I can see the malice lurking in your eyes, sir.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes, like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncrete's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
I just want this all to be over. Of course. I'm sure it will all work out soon enough.
I should get going. I told Foxy I'd check for Rolo at the treehouse.
Luca twisted free of Nuncrete's grasp.
Of course. Luca, you know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Anything at all.
Thanks, I don't trust you at all. I'm gonna leave now. I wonder if now's a good time.
Oh, hi, Solomon.
For us to stop and try and make some of those foods.
These festival decorations are a bit humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be a thing to behold.
I agree. This is all more than a little sad.
It's worse than sad. It's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up?
I'm listening.
You know that festival sign waiting to be unveiled? It would be a shame if
The
someone...
two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Oh, that's how the sign got messed with. So Solomon changed it so sharper. Okay, can we actually stop in at the restaurant? Ah, it's closed. No. I can't remember which time it was open. I think it was when I was delivering the jam, right? Okay, but we should still be able to check on the fishing. When I pick the correct direction to go, that is. Here we go. Identify yourself, please.
Nellie Modrill. I work here.
I am unable to locate you on our staff roll.
Oh, I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Kerr said I could come in early tonight to get a few things done.
Hold, please. Clearance authorized.
Thank you.
Our harvest awaits.
Wow. You could get a wrench to the noggin sneaking up on a guy like that. Don't scare a man while he's junking, sonny.
Evening, Jeff. Isn't it kinda late to be junking?
I might as well ask the same thing of you.
Find anything good?
Bah. Ever since Perennial Harvest moved in, even the junk is trash. You can learn a lot about a person by looking at what they throw away. With this bunch, it's all shredded paper and coffee cups.
Well, I'd better get going.
I didn't see nothing if you didn't see nothing.
See what?
Exactly.
Well, I'm not gonna get myself trapped by a clipboard. How you doing, kid? Okay, do I have any new bait? I should do, right? I do not. So maybe I finished this? I don't want any bait. I'll take a bait.
Luca wrapped a twig of thyme around the hook. Some fish have refined taste.
Maybe I just need to speak to Dad. Nope, it's still saying I can use some new bait. I guess I've just not found what I need yet. Hey, Judson. Have you seen Volo come this way by any chance?
Very not. And as elusive as the fish in this pond here.
I guess we'll just wait up here then. Volo?
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Volo! Volo, wherever you are, I hope you're okay.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket, a keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. Wait? For what? Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. "That's up to you." Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real? Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me. Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. And you? The doppelganger choked back tears. I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. I think so.
Oh, so if we remain bitter at our dad, we'll eventually become one of the hazmats?
His father pulled him in for an embrace. Time to go, buckaroo. Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor.
Are you in there?
A commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5. Dangers big and small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Stop right there! Oh well. Wait, Rolo? Did you get aged up? Sheesh, I know it's dark now, but I figured you'd recognize me. Who are you?
The large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now, or I'll clobber you with a baseball bat. Whoa, 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 take it easy. Luca, you need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rolo. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rolo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle, Luca, quit messing around. It's me. If it's really is you, prove it. Flaming chicken coop, Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rolo. Only bigger, older, changed.
How? What happened to you? When I was running away, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away. What? Where did they take you? Dunno. They threw a bug over my head. It was cold and smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. They made my hands all big. Look.
Rolo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for superpower. But beggars can't be choosers.
Rolo, it wasn't just your hands.
My feet too. Dang, Pa just made me new shoes. Wait, Luca, why are you so small?
Luca moved to the side and pointed Rolo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What the?
His hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo! Rolo, what did they do to you? They made me drink some sort of green crud. Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It kinda tasted like licorice. I passed out and woke up like this. And then I sorta smashed open my cage and escaped.
Whoa, you smashed open a cage?
Kinda. At least, I think I did. It's all a bit of a blur.
They had you in a cage. Who are these people?
I don't know who did this to you, but we're gonna fix it. Fix it? This is awesome! Well, I'm just glad you're safe now. Luca, You don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where snatched people go. We may finally have a lead on what happened to your family.
Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous.
Danger! Ha!
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take them all on.
Hey fellas, what's up?
With a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca.
Ah! Take cover!
Did I come at bad time?
Who the heck are you?
This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened and I needed help. I didn't know where else to go. So, you're just hanging out here with your large adult friend?
Oh no! This is my buddy Rolo!
This is your missing friend.
One and the same!
He seems a little old.
I'll have you know, this is a recent development.
What the heck does that mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're the one who showed up out of nowhere. So we'll be asking the questions here.
That's fair.
How did you find us?
Your silly little treehouse?
I think you mean our silly little mission control.
I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. And I could hear your racket from a mile away.
See, Luca? This is why we need to improve security around here.
Not now, Rolo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened.
Yeah, but
She shot a nervous glance at Rollo.
Anything you can say about me, you can say about Rolo.
It's been a weird day all around, hasn't it?
Yup.
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was to try and salvage my hair. So I dyed it with some stuff from the chemistry set my mum gave me. Okay, just need to play it cool and hope no one notices. Notices what? Oh, nothing. Come over here and let me have a look. Oh, honey, what in the world did you do to your hair? It just kind of felt like a change. This is going to take forever to grow out. You were the one who said that change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. Yeah, I guess I just took your lesson to heart.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nellie had gone into work. Tonight. Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck! He is! Him and his weird quarter personality. You are not going to ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much for her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough for her to exile her daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. The people are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains. You'll get used to it. I can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You knew I grew up in a town, not that different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. First of all, You're grounded.
What?
In the morning, I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You need to look presentable for the festival.
But
Not another peep.
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey. But that doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Oh, and if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more,
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
I'll just shave it off for you. Think of how rebellious you'll look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom.
Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded.
No,
I'm sorry you got in trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place.
don't worry about that. I actually kinda like this look.
Great. Can we get back to the story now?
This next part is the important bit. I have this radio I upgraded with my mom, and I was too angry to sleep. So I tried to dial in on something worth listening to.
Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr. Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies, I have the founder on the line. Patch him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Skip the pleasantries. What's your report on our new lead researcher of deep engineering? Nellie Modrill seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she is working to help us meet our deadline. She offered to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it. Excellent. And you have faith that she is capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor. Her work must be complete before the festival. I will make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. Once she has finished the work, we need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in this company. Immediately, sir. I usually have more time to fully bring people into the fold. We are in the endgame, Bill. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I can't afford to take any risks. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once she finishes the work, she will either leave the office completely committed to perennial harvest, or she won't leave at all. Perfect. Sir, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay just for a bit. Oh? It's just, we seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline. And rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand that I just want what's best for you. I'm eternally grateful for all that you've done for me. Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Shut up, Bill. You are only a few days away from having everything you dreamed of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Whoa!
Yeah,
Just so we're clear, when they say loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like, actually killing someone. Capital murder?
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who is this founder?
I was hoping you guys would know.
Nah, as far as we know, Kerr is the top banana at perennial harvest.
He sounded scared of this founder guy.
So we haven't even Topper Banana on the field?
What the hell is my mom caught up in?
Has she talked about the job much?
Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue the work of someone she respected.
Luca, do you think that body at the warehouse was...
The person Beck's mum came to replace? That would make sense.
But it seems like Nellie's predecessor got, loose-ended.
I'm getting that impression.
Okay, so we need to get your mum out of there before the festival happens. That's 2 days away. Won't she just come home after work?
The creep on the radio said they were going to hold her until then.
So if she's not coming out, we gotta go in and get her.
Flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this'll help.
You have blueprints?
Well, it's really just a welcome mat for my mum's PH orientation day. But it shows the layout.
Sure looks like blueprints to me. Look, here's the reception area. There's a big room marked Founder's Office. It even has the exits marked. Guys! We have a deadline. We have an objective. We have blueprints. You realize what this is,
I
right?
started to wiggle with excitement.
I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist.
Chapter 6. The Heist. They spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in 1 day, and they each had their assignments.
Alright, quick recap. Rollo, you're gonna talk to Roxy. Cordially. Without her and Fitz, this whole thing could go bust. Me, Cordial is my middle name. Uh-huh. And how do you plan to explain your
He
new
waved vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure.
circumstance? Man, she'll be so happy I'm alive she won't even notice.
Beck snorted an involuntary giggle.
And Beck, you're sure Ilona won't just shoot this whole thing down when she hears it?
She'll listen. When she understands the danger Nellie is in, the danger we're all in, the plan will make sense.
Okay, that leaves me with Jeff, then Iggy.
How are you gonna persuade them?
I'll think of something.
They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Well, Godspeed.
I think getting Jeff's help is probably gonna be the easiest one, mate.
Oh, the biggest issue is gonna be finding him.
I'm not talking to you, clipboard. Jeff! Jeff, buddy, where are you? Also, is my cabin open? It is still not open.
Jeffrey, I'm in need of your assistance, buddy. Do I know where he usually hangs out? There you are! Hey, Jeff.
What can I do for you for?
Well, I know how much you hate perennial harvest.
Hate's a strong word.
Oh, sorry, I mean...
I didn't say it was the wrong word.
Gotcha! So, we're gonna break into the headquarters, and I thought you might be able to help.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
Yeah, see, I knew you kids were alright.
Great, so you'll
The
help?
joy in Jeff's face drained instantly.
Not a chance.
But...
Give me one good reason I should risk my hide aiding and abetting you rascals.
Looking into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Junk! Junk!
Yeah, what of it? Sonny, I've got more junk than a king or its copper. Ain't interested.
Oh, junk was the wrong word.
Luca wasn't ready to give up so easily. He shouted out again.
Poop!
Yeah, it's all crap. I still ain't helping. Ain't that some crap?
Come on, Jeff. What about fight? Fight!
I've done enough fighting for one lifetime, and more than my share of losing. It's time to come hang out the gloves.
Really? It's gonna be my last choice? What is that hiding? Hide!
Jeff's brow perked up.
What'd you say?
Go ahead and hide then.
Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Let a bunch of kids do what needs to be done. We're not afraid.
Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh.
Say what you will about old Jeff, and they all do. Bet you'll never hear them say I hid from nothing.
One good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
What was it you kids needed?
Some sort of disguise.
I've got just the thing.
And while we're at it, that crate should come in handy.
This ain't gonna be free, you know. I'm thinking 5 bags of sour gob should cover it.
Put it on my tab.
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Done. Swing by first thing in the morning.
Okay, one down. Now I just need to find Iggy and that. Now where did you guys go? There you are.
Hey, Tish, look who it is. Luca, are you here to try and tickle us to death again?
Look, just hear me out.
Iggy raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
We're listening.
Iggy, I know we've both been giant bags of malice, apparently. Crap to each other.
Iggy gave a reluctant shrug.
Yeah, not wrong.
But lately, life has kind of been strange. Strange, you know?
Iggy considered the point.
Things have been weird around here.
So I'm offering a truce and asking for your help. Or just say we... Paul? Oh. That doesn't quite make sense. Pull our hostilities, at least for now.
Pull? We don't pull away from nothing. That's off.
Oh. Is it gonna tell me to hide them again?
Luca knew they'd need Iggy and Tish to pull this off. He tried again.
Okay, so these ones were correct.
Iggy gave a reluctant shrug. Iggy considered the point.
Maybe break? Break our hostilities, at least for now.
We do like breaking things. Even if a truce means less breaking things.
What if I told you there was a way to have a truce and break stuff?
Go on.
I need you to cause a distraction so I can sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ.
A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My, look at that one. I'm impressed.
And after this is all done, maybe you and Tish can come hang out at the treehouse sometime.
Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. But not because we want to see your crappy treehouse. We just like to cause chaos.
With a quick nod, Luca was off.
Did you hear that,
Iggy
Tish?
gazed up at Tish with a smile.
He invited us to hang out at the
A
treehouse.
single tear ran down Tish's cheek.
I never expected this day to come. How wonderful.
Chapter 7. Into the Hive. A good heist requires preparation. And thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We are locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence. Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms.
Just stay calm, Volo. You can do this. Got your delivery here.
Delivery? I don't have anything in my notes about a delivery. One moment. I'm so sorry, but there's no delivery scheduled for this morning.
Right.
He had to think quick.
That's because this goes directly to the founder. He asked that it be kept secret.
Rollo sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be.
I suppose we can leave this one off the records. That was easy to convince you.
A harvest awaits and
With
such.
a stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Harvest awaits.
Package here for the founder.
Oh, I didn't have anything about.
Yeah, this is a need to know kind of thing.
I'll just check.
He stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
This goes directly to the founder. I don't have time to fill you in.
Oh, I see. If you could just complete this form.
Rollo interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Every time with the forms. Look, if you want to explain to the founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral.
I'm sorry. What did you say your name was again?
Rollo
I'm...
panicked.
A harvest awaits.
Sir, that's a restricted area. Excuse me, sir.
A harvest awaits.
Ready to light this candle, Tish?
Yup.
Suck on this perennial ham fist.
What was that?
The distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
Just open the damn door. I've got a job to do.
The clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
I should check at that noise.
Oh, come on! Just buzz me in already!
Okay, okay.
Phew! That was close.
A harvest awaits.
Hey, I figure, when in doubt, stick with the classics. Well, that was a close one. But you pulled it off. Nice work, Rolo. Alright, everyone knows what to do?
Yeah, deep engineering is to the north.
I'll go with back, in case she needs some muscle. I'll head east to the founder's office. You two be safe. Okay, founder's office it is. Head east, you say?
This way is technically east, right?
Okay. A hallway to nowhere? What's going on here?
Maybe it's actually got to do with these floor mats. Progress, maybe?
I'm just gonna keep following these. Solomon!
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
Luca, what are you doing here? It's a long story. Are you
A
okay?
veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I am most certainly not okay. Some strange people grabbed me and... Were they in hazmat suits? Yes! How did you know? They brought me here and they locked me up, and when they were distracted, I ran. Dang. Okay, we should stick with me. We've got a plan.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
We? Yeah, Rolo back are headed to deep engineering. Thank heavens you found me. We've got to get out of here.
We can't leave just yet.
But they'll catch us again.
I've got to do something first. When you were running, did you happen to see a door marked founder?
Founder? Why are you looking for him?
I'm not. I just need to get into that office.
Now that you mention it, I do think I saw a door that said founder. It was just down this way.
Luca happened to notice a plaque above the door.
Office of the founder. Knocking comes with consequence. Oh, here it is. So it is. It's pretty lucky that I ran into you, or else I might have missed it. Truly fortunate.
Luca tried the handle.
Locked.
Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettably, it seems to be some sort of electronic lock. I don't see how we could possibly defeat a lock like that.
Luca smiled and looked at his watch.
Let's just wait a minute.
Oh, I forgot the moon was part of the plan. I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like it.
She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Oh, I just love how casual that was.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
How did you do that?
It's good to have friends. Quick, let's get inside before someone spots us.
Luca switched on his walkie-talkie.
Rolo, I'm in. As expected, there's a control panel. Great timing. We're stuck at a locked door marked 24601.
Wait. 24601? Is that a Les Mis reference?
Wasn't that his number? I could have sworn that was Jean Valjean's number.
Need you to get us through.
What if someone catches us? We should get out of here. I'm not leaving my fence, Solomon.
On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Surely you don't have a way to get around the password.
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
You know, I'd love to say we're just a genius, but I think Solomon's just a bit of an idiot. How did you just guess that? Oh, it's this absurd password Rolo heard when he was down here before. It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the founder uses such a basic password. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. These villain types always end up outsmarting themselves.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile.
Your powers of deduction are impressive as your luck.
Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Rolo, I think this should do it. Bingo bango, doors open. Luca, you never fail to impress. What is this slippery lout even doing down here? We have a friend whose mom is in trouble. We're here to get her out. I see. Okay, Luca, I think we're close. The next door's marked 13806.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
God damn you, Solomon! Maybe this one opens the lock? Wow, we've got company! Luca, must go faster! One sec, I can't think for this
He
noise.
quickly skimmed the screen with his finger.
Here it is! 13806, go, go, go! Curse these fumbling hands! My apologies, Luca. Don't beat yourself up. I know you were just trying to help. Wait, oh, there you are. Ah, man. No water cups. Rolo! Rolo, are you okay? Rolo, come in.
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off the alarms. They're
With
trapped.
self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
That, my dears, is a dead end. Nowhere to run. Rolo, where are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I think we lost him. Making our way to Nellie's office. Okay, your two rabble-rousers are coming with us.
Nope. Make a break for it.
You know, I appreciate how the clipboards just scooched to the side for us. Did that little crap just kick me? Don't just stand there after them. Okay, I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz have them on a wild goose chase. I am having trouble following what just happened. Like I said, it's good to have friends. Rolo, how long do you think Roxy can distract them? How long can Roxy keep someone so annoyed they can't see straight? Let's just say we've got time. Entering Nellie's office now.
Mom! Oh, honey, what did you do to your hair? I thought you'd be happy.
I finally used the young chemist lab kit. You sure have a knack for making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. We need to get you out of here. We? Who is your adult friend?
Oh, I'm not an adult. Ever heard of a growth spurt? I had more of a growth spew.
No, that's not
Nelly
possible.
leaned over to examine his teeth.
Substantial banding on the enamel of the molars consists with Temper's liquamine exposure.
Is that what you call the gunk they forced me to drink?
You drank it! Oh no! They told me it was only being tested on plants. Oh, Beck, sweetie, I promise I didn't know. Mom, what the hell is going on at this place? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemical compound was discovered under Beacon Pines in a wellspring they called the Source. They named it Temper's liquamine. It pulls energy from its surroundings in order to fundamentally alter matter's relationship with time. It was the secret Valentine's fertilizers. They harvested the source, infusing small amounts of Temper's liquamine into the product. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Crops would be ready to harvest in a fraction of the time, but it led to complications.
The foul harvest.
Perennial harvest came in to clean up the mess, to succeed where Valentine failed. But Temper's liquamine is rebellious.
Rebellious.
You can think of it as a manifestation of change itself. It's volatile by its very nature.
So, the more you try to force it to do a specific thing,
The more it resists, yes.
I can relate to that.
My role was to finish the work of my predecessor, Dr. Prescott. Harnessing Temper's liquamine to reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent that we achieve a successful result for today's festival.
But you didn't, right?
Nelly sighed.
You know how much I love a good puzzle. I poured myself into this problem. It wasn't long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes.
Oddities?
They contained obvious errors, mistakes that someone of his reputation would never make. So I fixed them and
now I get to replace my entire wardrobe.
I really am truly sorry.
These colos are all hand-me-downs anyway.
It sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out, got cold feet and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I had considered that possibility. I've sent a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mom, Dr. Prescott is dead. Kerr had him killed. What? I overheard them talking about it on the radio.
It's why we gotta get you out of here. Like now?
Wait, the vial! I finally solved the chemical equation, allowing direct control of aging. Mr. Kerr picked it up just before you came. All the more reason we gotta hightail it.
Luca, we've got Dr. Meowdrill heading your way now.
Roger that, be careful.
Alright, everything's on track. And what is your escape plan?
We'll go over everything when we get there. In the meantime, maybe we can dig up some more info. I can definitely snoop around. Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard drink for a hard man. Ah, there's our evidence that this was, sharper the entire time. Wow, even his alcohol is arrogant.
Solomon muttered inaudibly.
I should just smother you right now.
What's that?
I said I shouldn't bother you right now.
Don't be silly, you're no bother at all. Let's see what else this bad boy has on it. Security system, time card logs, payroll. You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is boring.
Solomon once again muttered under his breath.
Just you wait.
Huh?
Oh, nothing.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
Dang, this must be the good stuff. They're all locked.
Perhaps he's not as careless as you suspected.
I'm sure we can find the keys, right? Wait, let's look at your desk. Looks like the founder was helping Kerr plan the festival. Why would such a secretive leader be obsessed with the party?
Only time will tell.
Luca held his hand up to the ashtray.
Still warm. He must have been in here recently.
We're not going to be concerned by the books.
That does kind of indicate who was sitting there. There's everything we can look at. I'm really sorry you got dragged into this mess, Solomon.
You needn't worry about me.
Well, I feel bad either way. We're gonna get you out of this. I
With a
promise.
subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Lock it, lock it, lock it!
Locked.
That was close. When we left Nellie's office, it was swarming with clipboards.
We barely got away.
Did they follow you? Rolo, before we start tossing blame around, it is possible someone ordered a pizza.
We'd love to hear your thoughts.
Definitely not pizza.
What now?
Don't look at me. I'm officially retiring from this heisting business.
We're so sorry for the inconvenience. We just have a few questions.
Just let me think. Can someone watch the door? Of course. Not you. Everyone else had locked. Oops. I think a little caper has gone on long enough. Solomon, no! Hush now, child. The adults are speaking. Dr. Meowdrill, a brief reintroduction is in order. We've never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child. The powerful and enigmatic founder. Sharper, the fallen progenitor who created this town. Perennial harvest, Valentine fertilizer. All connected by a single thread. Yours truly.
But that's...
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Huh? Yes. Now you've got it.
Tempus Liquamine. You discovered how to reverse the process.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Dr. Meowdrill. Very good. Though the discovery wasn't intentional.
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
and the effects went a little too far for my tastes.
That's why you needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work.
Which you did admirably. Mr. Kerr, the vial, please.
Kerr presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present to you the eighth wonder of
Before
the...
he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Wow, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. Be careful, you fool. You have no idea what you have in your hand. Actually, we do. You just did a whole evil villain monologue thingy about it.
Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Gosh, maybe I'll have a
Luca
taste.
jiggled the vial mockingly.
Seize him!
Luca, over here! Move another inch and I smash
She
it.
held it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
You have no plan.
I'll smash it, I swear.
Fine. Risk killing us all. Or, if you're lucky, nothing happens. Then what? We capture you and grant you much less leniency.
He pursed his lips with feigned sincerity.
But I give you my word. If you hand it over now, none of you will be
A
harmed.
deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
You're a smart girl, Beck. There's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there is only one way this ends.
She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's a good girl.
Beck, don't do it.
We can't trust that jerk.
I'm sorry, he is right.
With apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Kerr, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance review.
The blood drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first, you have a speech to make. Trot out there and give me the introduction I deserve. And don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. And to think, all of this is thanks to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand. How is this all because of me? Huh. I said Mr. Van Horn, silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father was always a thorn in my side. I offered him an opportunity to be part of something great. But the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my work.
Solomon shook his head with gratification.
But the universe has a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with a force he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. As fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was to grant me eternal life.
A muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Wow, that's my cue. After the festivities and my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three keep post outside the door. Well, crap! That didn't quite work out the way we planned. I can't believe Beck sold us out like that.
I'm not sure she had any other choice.
So what now? What's the plan?
I don't have one.
Of course you do. You always have a plan. Volo, you just need some time. Volo, it's over. We lost.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca. Give me a minute to calm my mind.
Hey.
I'm sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do.
I know. It's just, we were so close.
I've got a feeling that, eventually, Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time wounds all heals.
Well, time seems like less of an issue for him now.
Luca, there's something you should know. After Mr. Kerr locked me in that office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. I poked around a bit, hoping to find a means of escape. But I found something else. A note, hidden in a false drawer.
What sort of note?
Dr. Prescott must have sensed his time at Perennial Harvest was growing short. So, he left behind a letter with the hope it would be found by his successor. It was a confession of sorts. He left it for me, but its contents. Luca, I think they were meant for you.
Why? What did it say?
It was about an incident with your mother. Dr. Prescott found her in his lab with a stolen keycard. There was an accident. She had been exposed to extreme amounts of Tempest liquamine.
The color dropped from Luca's face.
Did she? Is she?
She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted Perennial Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts a secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often at the vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean it's always right. He realized that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I now believe that's why he began to intentionally sabotage his own work.
And it cost him his life.
That's a reasonable conclusion.
Luca was overwhelmed with emotion.
But if she's alive, where has she been? Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull.
Oh, there she is.
Chapter 8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Well, hi, Mother.
Gran,
What are you doing here?
Luca, what are you doing here?
We're here to save Nellie.
We're here to save Rollo.
Hey, Mrs. Lucas Grant. That's awful nice of you. But I'm fine.
Oh no, what did they?
Gran, there's no time to explain. We have to go now. Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
We've got to stop him.
In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
No! Well, I guess that's it. We lost.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca.
Did she switch the vials somehow?
Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change, maybe?
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Like pocket change?
Your unlucky penny. Yeah, I plopped it in the vial when no one was looking.
What's that going to do?
No idea. That's the beauty of science. Now we observe.
You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Maybe he's gonna be an old man this time. Oh, he's a baby. Holy crap, he's a baby. Yeah, but he's still Sharper, right?
What he was no longer matters. This is an innocent child.
But wait, we've already proven that if you get regress, you still retain your memories.
I apologize for all the harm my father has caused you.
Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
Augustus, what do we...
We do what Valentines always do. What must be done? I'll hurry home and prepare a crib for Father, young Sharper.
That would be a great help. Thank
She
you.
looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone, the show is over. You may leave now.
Epilogue.
Wait, did I really find the true ending just by putting a coin into a bottle?
Beacon Pine's coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn. His mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
So is Rollo still giant? Rollo, are you up yet? Roger that. It's a beautiful day of mission control. You gonna swing by? Be there in a minute. Anything else I want to see before I go? Nope, it's not looking like it. Do you think I'll ever get to see what's in these
Over
rooms then?
time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet and into storage.
Oh, that was what was in there. What about the parents' bedroom?
Eleanor had moved back into her bedroom. And now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
Oh, so that's why she often fell asleep on the couch, right? Mission control it is. I heard you and Rolo have big plans for the little treehouse. Yeah, it started getting crowded after we revoked the max capacity one Rolo, one Luca rule. So we decided to expand. But at least we've got some help with that. How's the internship at Nellie and Ilona's shop coming? It's been great. I'm hoping it helps me get into the School of Agriculture up at state. Also, Nellie said she'd write a letter of recommendation, which would be huge. I just can't help but worry about leaving Rolo. He's grown up so fast, but he's still my little brother. Yeah, he had a heck of a growth spurt. I don't just mean grow literally. This morning he was up and finished his chores before I even had breakfast. Well, some of that might be his excitement about the whole treehouse renovations. Don't tell him this, because it'll go to his head. But I'm really proud of the little punk. I'm sure he feels the same way, but he's too dang proud to tell you. I know. Well, it was nice seeing you. Hey Gus, how's the tree planting going? Couldn't be better. I'm so grateful to Ilona and Nellie for letting me help. I just wasn't built to be a mayor. Too much bureaucracy. Gus, we finished cleaning up the sidewalks. What's
When
next?
perennial harvest collapsed, most of the clipboards skipped town. But some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
Anyone with a knack for art can help paint the new offices.
You can count on us. Well, it looks like you really found your calling.
I never really felt comfortable telling people what to do. Now, this right here. This is something I could be proud of.
Oh, you definitely looked happier. I'll go speak to the parents first.
I see you decided on a name.
Yep, we had to clear out all the old stuff before putting on the final touch. Slow and Dirty Harvest is now official.
I like it.
It was actually Nellie's idea. There's still a lot of work to do, and the name serves as a reminder. Just because progress is important doesn't mean change should happen fast. In fact, I've learned the more you care about something, the more important it is to take things slow. Our motto is, go slow and fix things.
Amen to that.
Okay, well, I should be going to the treehouse.
Look, get this. I managed to reel in an actual fish this morning.
Seriously?
Yeah, and honest to goodness,
Flip flopping, swim swamming, fish.
I don't think I've ever caught an actual fish here.
Been at least 7 years since I've caught one. I'd say it's a good omen.
What'd you do with the fish?
Oh, I released it back into the pond. I'm hoping to catch it again tomorrow. That's kind of you. A little higher.
Yup,
Little lower.
yup,
Little higher.
yup. I'm telling you, the angle isn't the issue. We need more power to the radio. Luca, there you are. Would you tell him it's not the angle? Hey, I'm not in charge of antenna redesign. Fine, fine, Iggy, just don't do anything drastic until we get back.
Who, me?
Tish, you're in charge while I'm gone. Yup. They'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. If we really want mission control to turn into something bigger and better, we have to loosen our grip a bit. You're right. Lead the way. Okay, let's go collect back then. Enjoy your fishing. I still want to know what the purpose of this is. Is it just to look cool? Oh, we do get quite the zoom in. Okay. Oh, baby Solomon's still here. Young Mr. Van Horn. How's little Solomon, Sharper doing? Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I. So we do a lot of strolling these days. Has he, attempted to crawl out of his crib and plot world domination? Yeah. Thankfully, no. I spoke at length with Dr. Meldrill, and she feels that Sharpen's infant mind was not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, the child is unmolded clay. Let's hope he's a little nicer the second time around. That is the objective, yes. But really, all I can do is try and hope. Two activities I am endeavoring to find less distasteful. Well, I think you're doing a great job. And the whole town is ready to help out however we can. I can't wait to teach him how to throw a baseball.
Eris did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
That would be acceptable.
Oh, you're a softie, really. What's today's need-to-know news? I'll give you tomorrow's headline today. Our old friend Patrick C. Montesquieu, a.k.a. William Kerr, just performed a stirring rendition of The Iceman Cometh at the State Correctional Facility. I hear there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Well, I guess he has plenty of time to work on his craft. Huh. What did he actually get arrested for? I mean, I don't... Oh, murder, that was it. That's what he did. I forgot about that little part. Hey, Mr. Nuncreed. I'm gonna need to see my dad in a bit. Did you want to come with? Even after everything I did, you'd still...
Mr. Nuncreed shook his head.
You really are your father's son, aren't you? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Well, you're always invited. I bet he'd love to hear from you. I'll visit Walt in my own time. You run along now. You guys good? What are you up to?
With perennial harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused.
Come on, come on. No one is too big, no one is too small for Jeff's wild ride.
Maybe not completely unused.
Oh, you turned it into a theme park.
Just one piece of candy for the ride of your life. Who's next? Me.
Guess what? Yesterday I sent Dynasties to DS. And that's good. It's great. I haven't spotted one of those in years. At this rate, Beacon Pines is going to become the book capital of the country. Yep. I don't like the sound of that, to be perfectly honest. I'd rather not have any books. I have news I think you'll enjoy. This morning, I unpacked my last box. You officially moved in. It's just a box. Let's not blow this out of proportion. It sounds an awful lot like putting down roots. I guess I decided this place is root-worthy. You're gonna be stuck with me for the foreseeable future. I'd have to warn you, most years aren't going to be as interesting as this one.
I think I'll manage.
Ready?
Before we go, there's a bit of a surprise.
Oh, you made a plant?
My mum's prepared this tree especially for you.
They didn't have to do that.
It wasn't just them. Just about the whole town pitched in. We all owe you. It should do okay in the cold of old Beacon Pines.
Oh, so we're going to our dad's actual grave.
And thrive as things warm up.
That's perfect.
Well,
I guess we go for the wild ride. Hopefully the plant will survive the trip. Well, goodbye, everyone.
Ah, you got it. Now that's a good looking tree. Being a special occasion and whatnot, this ride's on the house. You're gonna wanna hang on tight to that little tree.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for. Honestly, I'd begun to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
Done.
a good little tree.
The best little tree.
Thank you, children. This means a lot.
Yeah, thanks for everything. Shucks, I only did what any super awesome best buddy would have done. We should probably give you some time alone now. You good?
Yeah, I am. It's been a wild year. How are you feeling?
Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine. Really? Pa always says the only thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. I feel like a dang cello.
Well, if you ever start feeling like a cello, I'm here for you.
I know. You don't even have to say it.
You two make an awesome pair.
Excuse me? We're a trio now.
Yep. Thanks.
There's just one thing missing now that you're a part of a group.
Missing?
Let me tell you a little story about a man named Hank Atomic.
Oh, God.
I won't be long. We'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. I found the perfect way to start our summer.
You've got some good friends. I'm so proud of you. Your father would be so proud.
I know. Mom, can I ask you a question? Do you ever dream about Dad?
Not a night goes by that I don't.
Have you ever afraid that you're going to forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice?
No, because so much of him lives on in you. He loved that old tree, but I know he would have loved this one more. Because his two favorite people planted it. I'll give you two a moment.
Hey, Dad. Dr. Meowdrill says that over the next few years, this place should warm up, so you won't have to be so cold for much longer. I think
I finally understand why you left that night. There were things you believed in. Big things. Those beliefs were the things that made you you. If you wouldn't have stood up to Sharper, stood up for what you believed in, you wouldn't have been the same person anymore. You had to go. But that didn't mean you loved us any less. I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you understand. Does anyone want to point out that he technically didn't visit him at all? Okay, so we found our true end, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna have 2 more dead ends then with the junk and the malice. And then we should have collected all our endings, correct? Which one do you want to do first? I'm thinking junk.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk.
Can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes he drank his own cigar ash. How did ashes get into the vial? It was pretty easy to mess with a vial when it was behind my back. Oh, that's sneaky. Well, it's a bad habit anyways. I've always say bad habits are like 50-yard field goals. Huh? Hard to kick. You know what? We look so unimpressed right now. You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Oh, he's definitely growing. Oh, damn! I think we just murdered a guy. Well, that's one way to kick a bad habit.
As the last of what was once Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed. Sharper Valentine was gone for good. His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines, a new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end. Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying. If that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way.
Nah, I've got one more. I need to do it with malice now.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice.
Malice? The whiskey from his office? Yep. Dude, and an unfinished glass on his desk. Figured his grow juice could use a little hair of the dog. You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Well, he just popped like confetti. Now that's what I call 80 proof whiskey. Damn, dude.
The crowd gazed in stunned silence at the now empty stage. The quiet was broken when William Kerr sprinted off stage and into the distance. He was never seen around Beacon Pines, or anywhere else for that matter, again. Watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh.
I mean, the only issue is, how do we explain the fact that a child just burst into confetti?
First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter. Through his tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him. The end. That was unexpected. Perhaps a bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say?
Well, that's perfect to end on then.
I'm only writing the damn thing.
I think I still do like my original idea of the dad being alive and in one of the hazmat suits. It would have added a lot more drama. Then again, this is more wholesome. If you enjoyed that playthrough, I'd really appreciate you could like this video and subscribe to this channel. But other than that, it was a spooky day and I'll catch you next time, guys.